do. Okay, we should be good to go. All right, good morning. This is at 9:02. I'd like to call this school board meeting to order. It is January 6, 2023, exactly at 9:02. And first, shall we have a roll call?
Trustee Cernsa-Taj.
Here.
Trustee Abdali. Here. Trustee Katz. Here. And Trustee Yu. Here. And Trustee Nakatani, I'm here.
Thank you. And now we'll go on to approve the agenda and board president's opening remarks. So first, do I have a motion to approve the agenda? Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? All right, 5-0. Thank you. And now I'd like to share with you that today we have a special study session, and we have engaged the support and facilitation of Dr. Mark Ecker. I'd like to share with you a little bit about him and also the reason for this study session. So I can share with you that Mark Ecker comes with lots of experience, many, many years in the field of education and leadership and governance work. He's a former superintendent of Fountain Valley School District, from 1996 to 2014. He's on the faculty of CSU Fullerton College of Education and is in the leadership department. He's also partner with Leadership Associates, which is the organization that is facilitating for us today. He's the former state president of the Association of California School Administrators, known as ACSA, and the former interim executive director of ACSA. Also, to add to Mark's illustrious credentials, he is the executive board member of Schools First Fed Credit Union, and he has served on our governor's task force for the new local control funding formula. So thank you, Mark, for coming here to facilitate our capacity building day, as we know we have new board members and current board members who are looking forward to a robust day of governance work with you. So thank you very much.
Sorry
now,
to interrupt.
Yes, please.
We have a sound issue for the public. Could we just pause for a minute?
All right. I've been told that we have a sound issue for the public, so we're going to pause for a moment.
Zoom you just had?
And hit yes again. You should be fine. Just you're on now. It's now working. Right.
It's not letting me get the microphone.
Thank you, Bill, for your patience. We're going to go to you next.
But it won't let me pick anything. See, it's blanked out. There we go. Same system. Digital audio.
Okay. Let's just test.
Test. Check. Anything coming through?
I've got somebody on the line. Hopefully she'll
Check. 1, 2. Testing. Anything coming through? Test, test.
Hey, can you hear us now? Okay,
Check, check.
thank you. All right, bye. Okay, we are good to go. Sorry about that. Thanks.
Okay, we have now solved our technological problem, and we have sound. Please make sure you let us know, folks who are on Zoom, if that changes. So now we'll reopen the meeting at 9:07, and we are on to communication to the board. The board recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and provides this time for members of the audience to address the board on this special meeting topic. Each speaker is requested to identify him or herself prior to addressing the board and will be heard once for up to 3 minutes. The presiding officer of the board shall determine, based on time constraints of the board, whether some time less than 3 minutes shall be allocated to individual speakers. And do we have any other public comments besides the one in my hand?
We do not.
Okay, thank you. So now I'd like to bring up Bill Bailey to speak. Thank you, Bill.
Okay, that's fine. My only real concerns are, first of all, I don't know why we're having a special meeting and why not a regular meeting for this, because I don't see anything on the agenda that warrants, having some kind of emergency special meeting. So, you're allowed to do that, but I'm just, don't think that, why are we having a special meeting? And why aren't the parents getting a 72-hour notice instead, why are they getting a 24-hour and 15-minute notice, So there's a concern there. The second concern is the cost of this facility. I don't know if you guys are getting some kind of special deal, but I think it's $300 an hour for this room. Correct me if I'm wrong. The community center for the same size room is about $20 an hour, and for a nonprofit. The school district sites probably free, and we probably have this equipment that we're probably renting today for a lot of money. So the purpose of your workshop is to more effectively support the students, I hope. And in supporting the students, I feel that those are things that need to be looked at, the cost of this versus the cost of doing it on the district site, which is free. The cost of, I don't know if there's catering and all this kind of stuff that we don't need to spend the money on. The money is better spent on the children. Like, for example, I'd like my daughter to have, Spanish teacher at her school, but there's no such thing. I knew they're learning a little bit of Spanish, but I'd rather see the money spent more effectively for the children rather than having a workshop, which I don't deny it's probably necessary having new board members, but maybe it could have been less expensively. And that's the main reason I came here, is to kind of point this out. And I'm glad that there are some people on the board now that have a stake in the school, that have children as well, so I'm glad to hear that. That was another question I had, is what members on the board have a stake in the school? So the last school board didn't seem like anybody had a stake in the school, and so, there's some of my concerns. That's it.
Thank you for your comments. And I think that I'll just take the opportunity to share a little bit about the study.
Sorry, are we allowed to respond to public comment?
So a board president can make some clarifying comments, so I'd like to just share the context of our meeting today so that he has some feedback. That so study sessions are by ed code provided for boards to do governance work, or in the cases you mentioned, emergency meetings. And in this case, this was a planned meeting, and also per ed code, and Dr. Berman, you can also provide some additional input. The required time is 24 hours in advance to inform the public. So I just wanted to provide you that context. And this, as you will hear, is a governance workshop, which we have done in the past to onboard and is part of our handbook protocol, onboard new members with existing members to create a governance team. I just wanted to share that with you, and thanks for your comments.
I understood that part.
All right. Do we have any other?
We do not.
Okay. Now we'll move on to our board workshop, and Mark Ecker of Leadership Associates will take it from here. Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Michelle. Really appreciate it. Well, what I'm going to try to do, first of all, welcome everyone. I've had extensive discussions with each of you, but it's so great to see you in person. I was able to see Michelle and Sharon, I think, on a Zoom call. Oh, excuse me. I'm terrible with these things, so just reach over and knock up this. But it's great to see everyone. You know, I just wanted to sort of make a couple of introductory comments relative to the workshop, because we're going to be here pretty much all day long. And in the planning of this workshop, we wanted it to be meaningful. We want it to be sort of value-oriented. We want it to be enjoyable. And so I do want to credit some of the people that went. I mentioned this already to Sharon and Michelle and Kimberly, but Carolyn Boehner, who deserves a lot of credit. She's part of the leadership staff, former assistant superintendent in several districts during the course of her career. Mike Miller also heads up the leadership development department for Leadership Associates. And what I did was to share the content of much of what I gleaned from each one of you in an hour or longer opportunity that I've had to speak to each of you in advance, taking notes and whatever. We've tried to sort of take themes from some of the things that you shared and put together this governance workshop. The governance workshop is scheduled, and you probably know of the contract that you approved, does allow for follow-up workshops. So at the end of each one, in your binder, that would be the first part of maybe a 6 or 7 or 8 series. But those are to be, you know, that the future workshops really, to a great extent, will depend upon you and where you want to go from there. So Carolyn and Mike and I did a lot of work from the time I landed on this soil from Spain, which was last Thursday. We've had 5 conversations, and I also want to thank Betty Hall, who has worked, very closely with the district in trying to, format all the material and get it to you. So it's really been designed for you and for where Mill Valley is right now, and its intent really is to sort of lift us to a point where we can do some really, really important work. So that is sort of the basis for how this material came to you. It is certainly my intent. I'm not a very formal guy. You're going to see me take my coat off, and I hope that's okay, because what I'd love to do is sort of get, onto the ground, feel comfortable with, some of the activities, sort of move away from protocol and all of this stuff. But the bottom line would be to really become and move from a formal to a much more informal setting as we move through the day. There's a variety of different materials for you, and as we get into the beginning part of this, we'll go over the agenda, and you can sort of see the theme as to what we felt you wanted to do. So the first part is sort of an uplifting effort to sort of get us to see the broader purpose of what school boards and effective school boards do, to get us to know a little bit more about each other. You've come from a heated campaign. You're now placed in this. And my goal is to make sure that the Mill Valley School District Board does not fall into the same situation that our own House of Representatives is in right now, which doesn't seem to be serving the needs of the people, but rather the needs of individuals on, the floor. Roles of school boards need to, be at a much, much more loftier level. And with that, I just wanted to start really by thanking you for what you're doing. In full disclosure, I hear from my own daughter, who's in a neighboring district, Jacqueline Jaffe, who's the president of the Reed Union School Board, and she reminds me all the time. She says, "Dad, I just want you to know this is one term and I'm out. One term and I'm out." And, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. She has 3 small children, or 3 growing children. My oldest grandson would look at me and say, "Grandpa, I'm not a little kid." But it takes a lot of your time. Yeah, and you know this. You've got other things that are on your mind, other things that you need to do, other priorities, and I personally want to thank you for sacrificing each and every one of you. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I've worked for 18 and a half years with school boards, and I can tell you that from the vantage point of a superintendent and a leadership team, and I know I speak for Kimberly in this regard, the relationship a superintendent has with each and every one of his or her board members is closer than any other relationship they have, possibly outside their spouse or significant other. And maybe not even that, because there were many times that I would get calls in the middle of the night. So the relationship is a real close and an important relationship, and working with school boards. So number one, thank you for what you're doing. Second, for those newly elected, congratulations on your successful victory and for doing something which I personally, I know I'm a little biased in this regard, but I think being elected to a school board is the most important elected position in the nation. Now you might look at me and say, come on, what about President of the United States? Isn't that more important? Personally, I think that individual school board members are ones that need to navigate a tremendous amount of forces in their community in order to support the education of our future. And when you think about that, it's really a holy task to be able to guide and set into force and work collaboratively for each and every student in your district. It's not easy. Your success or failure will determine to a great extent a small granular of what our future is going to look like. And I just want you to know that I honor and hold each and every one of you in that line. I think you're more important than the President of the United States. So from my vantage point, the things you do and what matters here in Mill Valley for you will have lasting effects. And even though I've been gone for 8 years from the superintendency, I still live in the community that I served, and quite frankly, still have people that come up to me and remind me of the successes and challenges that we had to navigate during their time as students and as professionals in the district. So thanks a lot for that. Thank you. So with that in line, what I really wanted to do and what I shared earlier with Sharon and Michelle were that the team sort of threw around a lot of different strategies as to what we start with, what we end with. And the first part is going to be some activities as to getting to know ourselves. You've been thrown together to a great extent, and your ability to work effectively to a great extent is going to determine your success. So getting to know some of the things that you might not know about each other is going to be a part of some of the things that we're going to do. I've geared the workshop, if there's a need for you, we have 3 hours in the morning from 9 to 12. We're going to take, an hour break. Is that what we have geared? And then go from about 1 to 4. We clearly know that everyone sort of wants to jump into issues that you're dealing with. And we've provided for that. There will be activities at the end where you will be able to jump in to some of the things that you feel are critical and should be dealt with tomorrow. Now, I'm being a little bit euphoric here, but in essence, a high priority. They may not all be shared around the room, exactly what those priorities are, but we're going to enter into that. I want to assure you that we're not going to leave today without you having a chance to, really take a big bite out of that delicious sandwich that you really want to talk about. But before we get there, we're going to do some, rhetorical calisthenics. We're going to try to get ourselves to a point where maybe we, our hope is to bring to you not only opportunities to engage, but also some opportunities to look at some research. And so we've provided 2 sources. One of them is in front of you right now called Both and Thinking. I'll explain that when we get there. I was sharing with Michelle that I had the books delivered to my house Wednesday, and I had this vision that they were smaller little paperback books, and then they came, and I looked at my wife and I said, how am I going to get this up to Mill Valley? And we were going to have it delivered up here, but Amazon has local delivery areas that they do. You're probably familiar. So when we said Northern California, they said, no, we can't guarantee we're going to get it to you by then if it's Northern California, but we can deliver to Southern California because we ordered it from a publisher down there. So anyways, we brought them up, and so I'll have a chance to let you know a little bit about this book. It's not intended for you to read today, but there is some sections in there that I'd like for you to have a look at, and we'll have an opportunity to do that. It's really a unique book. It's a current book. It was published in August of 22 by 2 women that I think you're going to get to know pretty well. And we use it a lot in the work we do with school boards. We've started to use it this fall because we try to look at new, current research. And then I'm also going to be sharing with you, and it's in your packet, some information that we used on effectiveness of school boards. An article, we pulled 3 pages from this article, and Sandy Sanchez Thorstensen, who is a former superintendent for the Whittier Union High School District down south, has used it very successfully in many of the workshops. She's one of our partners. And I began to look at it, and Carolyn began to look at it, and we just thought it might be really good to throw that in as well. So what are some effective, what do effective boards do, and what do ineffective boards do? And to give you sort of a look at that. We'll get into that a little bit in the afternoon session. We'll talk about this in the beginning. So a little bit of research-based situation. So that's what's really framed this. I hope you look at these activities as not so much quirky, but sort of fun. There's some ground rules, and we'll walk over a few of those. Also, a little bit of logistics. If you need to get up for any reason, even though my idea was to go sort of an hour and break, for about 10 minutes, to go another hour and break, and then that'll lead us up to lunch. So, you're not sitting here. If you want to do some of these activities off of where you're sitting and you want to walk over someplace, do it. Do it. I mean, I'm sort of an informal guy. Like I say, I'm only wearing a coat right now because I was cold. So, please do that. I just want you feeling comfortable. If you need to get up during a course of the middle, get up. If you want to get a cup of coffee, if you want to use the restroom, just do it. You don't just get up and leave. So we'll continue moving on because we have a short, but just feel free. You're not going to miss anything, but I'd rather you be real comfortable. If you have questions that you want to raise at any time, raise them. You don't have to be recognized by the chair. You don't have to be recognized by the president. You don't have to be recognized by the superintendent. You just share. And we'll do that, and we'll try to come up there. So the whole idea here would be to make it a comfortable, informal, but to get some value out of it. And then toward the end of the workshop, there's an opportunity to provide some feedback. You don't have to do it here. You can get it into me. There may be things that you like that you want us to continue. There may be things that you didn't feel were effective and you'd like, no, don't go there again. Those kinds of things. Those are all important things that we do. I'm sort of a believer. A lot of the staff over at Cal State Fullerton, we do things called SOQs, which are student opinion questionnaires. At the end, we're all required to ask our students at the end of the session, what did you think about this class? It's all done anonymously, so they don't have to worry about getting a bad grade from a professor. How did I present it as a teacher? What could I have done better? I have told my students that I think that's the most important and most valuable part of this for me. The only way that I can get better is to take what input I get and change the delivery. I don't want to do the same thing all the time if it's not producing the results. I'm a real believer in continuous improvement. And I think most people think they need to be perfect where they're at. Well, none of us are. If we're committed to continuous improvement, that's the only way we get better. So hopefully a month from now, you're going to be in a different position than you are right now. This kind of thing, and you're going to feel better about it. So that's the whole idea regarding that. So that's a little bit of a background. So with that, if you wanted to, let's start. We'll get to the book in a little bit, but if you wanted to open up your folders and go past the special meeting. Once again, I really do, I really appreciate Anna and the work that she did. I mean, on very short order, Anna, like the first thing she was worried about was, oh my God, I've got like 72 hours to get this done. Are they going to send me 27 there's going to be eventually dividers in here. We've asked for like 6 to 8 dividers. Each of the dividers would be a different session. But that, again, will be dependent upon you. But this is the first part. Carolyn and Mike formatted this, got it over electronically, and thank you very much, Anna, for doing that. You wouldn't have this if it wasn't for Anna putting this stuff together. So I really appreciate it. And Betty really appreciates it. She goes, oh, is she delightful? It's really great. The only last thing I'll say before we get into the beginning here is Mill Valley, you may or may not know, we have a place here in Mill Valley. My wife and I decided to get a place because our daughter and son-in-law and 3 of our grandchildren live up here. I love Mill Valley. I've always loved Mill Valley. Even before I lived in Mill Valley, I've always thought it was a really, really special place. When I shared with Carolyn and Mike the fact that you just recently passed a bond issue, and the size of your bond, which was the better part of $200 million, and they said, how large? How many students are in Mill Valley? And when I told them, they couldn't believe it. I can tell you that your community has put a tremendous amount of faith and trust in the district. Successful bond issues, especially when you're from Orange County, are not easy. I mean, I could tell you stories. It took us twice to get a $70 million bond, and we were 13,000 students. You know, it was during a time of anti-tax, we don't want to do this, and it took us a while to convince the community that this was an investment in their community, not only in children, but in their community. But for Mill Valley to show the type of support and confidence in you is pretty special. It doesn't happen a lot. Michelle?
I want to add that, you know, our community is, thank you, is made up of a lot of diverse participants, and many folks like myself have family that have been here since the 60s, and then we have our new parents. But one thing I think that you brought up to remember is just how important our whole community, of which over 50% of them are over 65, really do have had a long-standing, deep-seated reverence and support for our excellent teaching and learning in our district. And I think that is something to be cherished, and thank you for identifying that in context of other communities.
Yeah.
Because we are a special place.
I mean, it is a very special place, and you know, the amount of talent that you have here in your community, the resources you have in this community, is very unlike most other places. I mean, I'm not telling you anything you don't already know, but it shows a tremendous amount of confidence and faith. And getting to the place that you are takes not only the work, you know, of the district in general, but of the leadership in the district. I can tell you that I always, you cannot get to a place that you are now with the type of support that this community, and remember, the majority of those who voted on this bond don't have children in your district. And that is not atypical. In Fountain Valley, where I was superintendent, only 75 to 80% of our voters had no children in our district. 75 to 80%. We had to convince people that didn't walk into our schools every day to support a bond that would benefit them. And you're very similar in that regard. So it definitely, and it demonstrates not only their support for the work you do, but for the leadership of the district. I mean, it just doesn't happen. We have seen more often up and down the state that without strong leadership in the district, that you don't get bonds passed. It takes a lot of work. Because that's who they usually hear from most of the time. So I just really wanted to congratulate you. So you've got sort of some weight on your shoulder. All righty. With that, before we start, any comments, any thoughts before we jump into, sort of the first activity? Remember, Mark Ecker is not going to do most of the talking, so I'm going to force you guys to say some stuff. So, the first thing that I want you to do is to look at the essential question and the outcomes. This is where, based upon what you told me, we've sort of geared these. And quite frankly, it was also why we happened to choose this particular research and this particular book about navigating tensions. Because, we just felt, based upon what you shared, that there are tensions that exist in Mill Valley, and quite frankly, and among the governance team. And I can assure you that you're not the only board that deals with these, but there are ways to navigate it. And if you can take yourself to that next higher level, it works for you. It can work for you. And so that's one of the reasons that drew us to this particular work of Wendy Smith and Marianne Lewis. Okay, the essential question we drew right from your own document. As we continue to experience extraordinary challenges, how might our collaboration empower our leadership to create an environment that promotes excellence and enhance communication among our various constituencies? And as you know, school boards have more than one constituent. You have many of them. I'm going to pick one as an example. One of your constituents are your employees, your classified and your certificated employees. That's one, but it's not the only one. Should you advocate for them? Absolutely, you need to advocate for them. Absolutely. But you also have an obligation to advocate for everyone else. You need to advocate, and you need to strike those balances, because sometimes, and you'll see this in some of the literature, supporting one or advocating for one might appear that you're not supporting another. There's, cost benefits of everything that you will need to navigate. And in the book, there are a lot of examples of what I'm talking about that not only related to your work on a school board, but with your daily life. There's a lot of things you need to navigate, that you need to choose. And being able to use those, is there a way to get both? And that goes to the both and thinking rather than the either and thinking. It doesn't have to be either this or either that. I'm either a friend of this group or I'm a friend of this group. There are ways to be a friend of both groups, as an example. Okay, so outcomes, these are the 3 outcomes that we sort of identified. And I want to stop right here, and I really would like for you to think about these and tell me how on target we are or not. Okay, 1 was to build our leadership community. And when I say leadership community, I just don't only mean the president of the board or the superintendent of schools. I mean the leadership within the district, the leadership of the governing body, and teacher leadership, and maybe even parent leadership. So how do we build our leadership community? That is one of the focuses that we had here. Strengthen our own system thinking by identifying priorities using collaborative protocols. We know that there are issues you want to jump into right now. We know there are some very important things that you want to do. So you're going to have a chance to do that. So we've geared that for the second half of the day, and that's where we're going to try to get to that outcome. So I don't want you to think, we're not going to do it. Will we get everything done today? No. I mean, you're not going to walk away and say, oh, job's done, we're ready to go, we can play this football game. Develop leadership's next steps informed by research expertise. We love for some of the things that we are bringing to you that are research-based, that maybe there's an effort made to try to implement them in the kinds of strategies you'd like to put forward. So the whole purpose of sharing this is we're trying to bring you some work, some research that has been done around the area of alternatives and tensions and solving problems that we feel might have some merit. And so those are the 3 outcomes. So what I'd like you to do right now is just to think about those.
Can I say something real quick?
Sure.
It's really for Ellie, Natalie, and Yuhei, since they weren't in the room. On Wednesday, Michelle, Kimberly, and Anna met with Mark via Zoom to go over today, because I don't think this was super clear to everybody else. We went over the agenda because we were given a lot of homework, right? We all got our own individual Google Docs to comment on our governance handbook, and so we did a lot of detail work ourselves beforehand, and that didn't show up right away when we talked with him about today's agenda, and we thought, well, geez, we gave ourselves all this homework. Are we gonna, get to it? And Mark walked us through, using his expertise on building a board workshop, that we will get to many of those, not all today. But I just want to clarify for everyone else, it's not being ignored, and we didn't do it for naught or anything. It's just that there's a longer process to this that we didn't realize. I don't think any of us realized. And all of us only saw this official document when Anna sent it to us 24 hours ago. So just kind of want to clarify it for everybody.
Great. Sharon, thanks a lot for mentioning that. This is not in any way not to honor the work you've already done. And thank you for mentioning it. And it is more to hopefully put you in a position where you can do that work better, because there is work to do. And I will tell you that Carolyn and Mike in particular, as well as I, because I've looked at it, perused your website. We looked at your documents. Aside from the fact that not too soon after the organizational meeting, your website changed and everything was ready. I can tell you how many boards, you get into June and they still have the old president down there or something like this. But they were very impressed with the work that you have on your website, some of the things that you indicated, some of the protocols. So they tried to immerse themselves through your website, as well as what I shared with them from my conversations with you, what Mill Valley was all about.
I have to say about our website, about the bylaws and all the documents, I love the fact that it was listed with each topic instead of having this big 1,000-page data document. I mean, I think that was really a great idea.
Yeah. I thought it was user-friendly, and there's a lot of times where, I invite you, it's real easy to get onto district websites. There are a lot of them that have a lot there, but they say very little.
Yeah, and this was really,
This
really
is
nice.
really easy. It was great.
As somebody who made a living, like 50% of the time dealing with legal documents, this was like the best I've seen.
Right.
Yeah.
That is great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yin. I agree with you 100%.
I was like, whoa. I didn't have to go to Interact Center.
Can you turn your mic
Okay.
on?
I didn't have to go through the, like all the documents and try to flip through myself. So thank you. It was great.
Oh, good. Love it. That's great. Okay, so what I'd like you to do is just take a little bit of time. Now, you can do it with a partner, or you can do it individually. I really don't care. Are these outcomes something that you can buy into? Are they outcomes that, quite frankly, you feel need to be changed? Or are there things we missed? Because this is where this is what was driving the workshop. Did we hit the target? Are we close by, or do we need some adjustments? So take a few minutes just to maybe in a note write down any changes, or just generally, I'm just curious, hearing from you whether you're pretty much happy with the way these outcomes go. Because I'm making an assumption, Mike and Carolyn are making an assumption that this is where we'd like to go with this particular workshop, but it might not be where you want to go.
So one thing I would like to add
Yeah.
is effective communication and discussion, because a lot of times people tend to be entrenched in their point of view, that I feel like at board meetings, what you were just saying is not to really try to change your mind or reach the right conclusion, but trying to advocate for your position. And I've noticed that that's actually hard to do, to actually try to reach a consensus-based discussion as opposed to advocating.
Right.
So I would like to learn more about how to communicate so that we are collaborating, not versus advocating. I think that's important.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that's a very good point, because one of the things that we use in a lot of our workshops is, and it's difficult, it's been very difficult when you think about the political times we live in.
Yeah.
And that what we've just gone through, and that is listening to understand rather than listening to respond. We are, all of us, me included, when you hear things that are just incredibly distasteful. I'm not talking about only on the local, but on the national. Things that you just are shocked by. It's hard to force yourself to try to understand. You might not be able to, but try to understand where that opinion is emanating. What's the origin of that opinion? And why does that person feel the way they do? Am I missing something? But we have a tendency to listen for the purpose of responding. Halfway through what, I'll pick Natalie, halfway through what Natalie might be sharing with me, I'm already thinking about my response to Natalie, which in most cases is going to be an opposing opinion. Rather than for me to be thinking, why and where is she coming from with that particular opinion? What is driving that opinion? Now, it may not ultimately convince me, but it'll get me closer to fully understanding why she has an opinion so diverse than mine on this particular issue. So, Yanni, I think communication is very excellent. And we'll talk. You'll see that it's talk. And good communication is really driven through much of this research. And we'll talk about how you communicate and stuff like that. Good points. Anybody else?
I was just going to say, so my big picture issue with this is that none of it centers around the students. So, you know, for me, everything we do should be, you know, I'm going to steal Bill's words, effectively supporting the students. And so to see nothing in here about, you know, what, like building our leadership community for what purpose? I mean, everything here, this just seems very self-centered versus focused on we should be developing and strengthening and doing these actions, hopefully, for a shared common goal of improving student outcomes.
Ellie, let me respond because I agree with you 100%. You're here for one purpose and one purpose only. The bus driver is there for one purpose and one purpose only. The cafeteria worker is there for one purpose and one purpose only. And as well as the teacher in the classroom, as well as the superintendent of schools, as well as the school board member. And that is simply to assure that each and every one of your students is given the opportunity to achieve at his or her highest level. That is clear. I learned that, and I'm going to get to the answer to your point. Good point, excellent point. When I was superintendent, the U.S. Navy contacted a variety of superintendents in Orange County at their base in Los Alamitos and in San Diego. And they invited us to go and, at their cost, to spend 2 days and 1 night aboard a nuclear aircraft carrier. We went with our school board president and the superintendent, and we learned a little bit about how the Navy operates and how they run a ship. You're probably wondering, what does this have to do with student learning? Well, it goes to the point about the mission, about what our mission is. We went, and it was the first time I ever was on an aircraft carrier, a nuclear aircraft carrier, or for that matter, any aircraft carrier. It was an incredibly impactful experience. During our time on board, we went down to San Diego to Coronado. We were helicoptered out onto an aircraft carrier that was 7 miles out. And we spent literally 2 days on board, and we met the entire crew. When I say crew, we went around to the various departments. I didn't know that it took 6,000 crew people, men and women, to operate that. 6,000. Every single one of them knew their mission. It didn't matter whether they were in the mess hall. It didn't matter whether they were in navigation. It didn't matter whether they were, on the ropes that the ship, the planes come in to catch. It didn't matter what their job was. Their mission was to send 175 planes off the ship on a mission and to recover 175 planes and aviators. I also learned they're not called pilots on a ship, they're called aviators, and everyone must come back. They send them out, everyone must come back. It didn't matter who you talked to, whether it was the guy or the gal who was in the mess hall, they, quite frankly, shared that mission, which sort of reminded us about what our mission is, and it's all about the kids. So getting back to your question, Ellie, I think it's a great question, and this is not intended in any way, shape, or form to ignore what your mission is, because that is your mission. It is really to build capacity so you can do your mission. So if you can give me a little bit of time as we go through, hopefully you'll see that we are going to get to that critical element, which is your primary mission, and that is to look out and ensure that each and every student, regardless of who they are, have that opportunity. So I couldn't agree with you more. I've written it down. Carolyn, where are the students? you know this kind of stuff. But I can assure you that if Mike and Carolyn were in the room now, you would see incredible student advocates. They know as I do.
And I'm not questioning, I
Yeah.
want to make sure that's something we consistently have as a board, because I don't know, we have new members, is that our shared
Yeah.
common goal? That would be my shared common goal, and that's where I was
Yeah,
looking.
and I've written that down. I think it's an excellent point, and maybe it needs to be written down so it doesn't look like it's been ignored, but clearly my goal is to eventually is to help you develop your own skills and communication and collaboration so that you can do that. Because when boards fall into disarray, and there are many boards that are not effectively operating, it's the kids that suffer. They're the ones that suffer. When they're trying to solve their own, board members are trying to solve their own problems, they're fighting among themselves, they don't agree for the sake of not agreeing, and they forget that they're here for the kids. Those students in the school don't vote in these elections.
100%.
They don't have a vote. They are dependent upon you, whoever is elected. It becomes that. So, good point, Ellie. Thank you for mentioning it.
And to clarify, that is my mission.
I'm sure, that's what I was hoping would be something,
Yeah.
when I see this.
Now, early in the
No,
day-
Ellie, I think you bring up a good
I'm not
point.
saying it's a challenge, it's more, that's what I would have
Right.
hoped we were coming together to say together
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
attest to.
We are. We
Yeah, I
are.
mean-
And thank you. And when Carolyn says, now, at the end of this workshop, you need to call me, Mark. I want to hear I'm writing down notes. So one of the things I'm going to say is, it was mentioned about students. She's going, oh, God. She goes, maybe we assume that. We should not assume that. But yes, we're going to go there.
I'm
Thank
going
you.
to mention too that you may leave your microphone on because that way, as you speak, it'll get picked up for everyone, and they will not interfere with one another.
Oh, mine is on, sorry, I
Yep.
just realized it.
Yeah, I just, I think it's a great, for me, it's having tools so that we could be effective board members for the students. And I feel like we don't necessarily have the tools so far, given what happened and the divisiveness of our community. So I would like to use this session for us to, gain the tools for our students. And I hope that that's very evident to the members of our community. That's why we're trying to do this, because nobody likes to sit all day in a conference room and do this otherwise.
No, they don't. So I promise my goal also I needed to throw in, we're going to have some fun. So, it'll be a value-driven thing. But yes, we're there. Good point.
Yeah.
Any others before we move on that you have any thoughts on regarding these outcomes?
I just wanted to share that I want to thank our district team and the gentleman behind the screen for audio tape and videotaping today, because I think it also can be a tool for us and a tool in which we can share the language we're going to develop and the values and some of the processes and thinking that we might consider using as we interact with our diverse community and address the comments of divisiveness and tension
Yes.
as a board together in a unified way. So I think it's in this, so I'm hopeful of the outcomes, but I wanted to add that that's a nuance I'm also looking for in an outcome beyond our board, as we do have a community responsibility to constantly interact for the benefit of our students and the diversity of our community.
Right, and our hope, at least my hope is that tensions are not only bad. I mean, to accomplish a lot, there needs to be tensions. I mean, you think about even physics, you know, the way trains run, you know, the way energy is, tension is a requirement as well. There's a way to navigate that and make it. And one of the things that I think you'll pick up in the book, especially in the intro, is one of the examples that they use about tensions and yet commonalities is the campaign of the first president, you know, Barack Obama's first presidential campaign in 2008, when he and Senator John McCain competed against each other. They had clearly different policy positions. President Obama won that campaign, but Senator McCain and he had very different policy positions on many, many issues, but they had commonality as well. There were things that John McCain wouldn't go to the point of if he felt it was not the right thing to do. Everyone remembers that scene when someone wanted to call President Obama, you know, a terrorist or a Muslim terrorist, and John McCain stopped and said, "He's not. He's not. You know, I'm not going to use that." Or coming together when he realized that he had lost the election and honoring the person who beat him and urging the country to come together. They'll use things like that about overcoming tensions, because there were a lot of tensions in that campaign. We know that. But yeah, very, very good point. So anything else regarding this before we jump to the agenda itself? But I really appreciate that. So Ellie, thanks for mentioning that. Yanni, thanks for mentioning the things you did, and Michelle as well. And yeah, that's great. Okay. I want you to take a look at the next page, which is slide number 2, which is really the agenda. And so you sort of get a picture of how we put this together. It's not overly complicated, but it sort of goes with what I've been chatting about. You know, we're going to get into building our community. We have 2 sections on this, building our community 1 and then building our community 2, with a personal history exercise that we're going to do. A lot of this has to do with learning a little bit about each other, where we stand, what has brought us to this point, who has played a role in your life in terms of why in the world you decided to become a school board member. You know, you're in a very critical leadership, you know, position. And you don't just make that decision immediately. You're driven to those kinds of things. The reason is because you need to do the same thing for your students. You need to give them a pathway to becoming better than what they are right now, to realizing their hopes and their dreams. And you need to do it for everyone. Too often, school boards ignore marginalized communities, and they focus much more on those who have resources. Yunhee, you were going to say something.
Can I use the restroom?
Oh, you don't even have to ask. Go. We're just going to go on, but anything of import, we'll make sure you know about. Yeah, if you want to get up, just get up. So you can see that we're going to do this. Then we're going to move in before we get, maybe after the next break, because we're going to break a little bit after this, about learning from text. And we're going to get into this book a little bit, and there's some exercises regarding that. We're going to have a delicious lunch, and then we're going to come back and do a little bit of a personal history exercise. And then I'm going to give you another crack at learning from text. Or you're going to get another, not this, but you're going to get an article that's in your book that we're going to talk a little bit about effectiveness and ineffective boards. And then I really would like to leave the last hour to an hour and a half, maybe, who knows, to what I call bringing the work into the room, which is, let's bring the work of the school board and the district into the room and there's going to be some prioritization that we're going to do, and hopefully we can enlighten each other with some of the things that we value, because what Michelle values may not be the same as what Sharon values, or Ellie, or Natalie, or Yunhee. So how do we get to a point where effectively we pick an area to go to? We want to go places, and you want to follow people that you respect and that you believe are going to take them to a higher plane. I've always said to principals all the time in schools, ideally, you want your teachers to do what you want them to do because they believe in you, because they trust you, because they have respect for you, not because they realize you're the authoritarian. You don't ever want to bring people to a place because you have the right to say yes or no, and they don't. Ideally, you want them to believe that what you are looking at is really in the best interest of the district. And when you have that, you get a much better result at the end. It's a much more meaningful result, and it's much more long lasting.
So Mark, I have a question for you. So it is 10.
Yeah.
And I know some people still don't have power, and who knows, what it came to be to get here. Wondering if we could take, as you said, a quick 10-minute break,
Sure,
and then we
let's
can
do it.
get right into our
And then we'll get
first
back
activity.
into building community at this point.
Okay, sounds great.
How's that? So why don't we break, and if there's anything you want to chat with me about or whatever, don't hesitate.
Okay, so we'll start again at 10:13.
Yeah, 10:13.
Okay, sounds
Good.
great.
And you're going to keep the timer?
Yes.
Good. All righty.
I turned you off.
Yeah, we didn't, we're not going to have it
Are we back on at this point? Okay, board members, we are back on, and there was a request due to technological difficulties to open the public comment again, as we had some issues. So we have had it open, and Anna, can you help us understand how long?
Comment was open this morning. Public comment was open this morning an hour prior to the meeting. It remained open until public comment was finished by you and we had moved on to the next agenda item. There was comment that people couldn't get into it. We have tested it. It was working and we reopened it. There has been no further public comment from the
Okay, so we don't have any further public comment at this time. We did reopen it, and we encourage people who did not get to make public comment to please email the superintendent and board president, and we'll make sure to follow up. So I'm now going to re-adjourn the meeting at 10:16. Thank you. Take it away, Mark.
All righty, thank you very much. Okay, if you would now turn in your folder to Building Our Community 1. And what we've got is a first activity that is, again, these are capacity building things. And what I would like to do is take a look at this. I'd like for you to spend a little bit of time, and again, this is getting us closer to Ellie's point, which is, why are we here? You know, we're here to try to make sure that the experiences of our children, of our students, are at their maximum level, both academically and emotionally. And by the way, what we're seeing now, more maybe since the pandemic, and I always say since the pandemic, it seems like we still are lingeringly in the pandemic, but you know, it's not something that ends one day all of a sudden, but we are starting to see a movement away from this pretty terrible 1.5 to 2 year period that all of us had to navigate. We're seeing a real emphasis with social emotional learning. Many of my doctoral students have done research on SEL and the importance of training teachers to teach social and emotional learning, to understand what it's like. We're starting to learn more so than ever before that a person's mental and emotional health is every bit as important as their physical health. And we're starting to realize this. So that now creates an additional responsibility in terms of our job in bringing and addressing the needs of our students. So what I'd like to do here is for you to think about what your own memories of school. And I'd like you to take out a piece of paper, or you can write in the book about what are those memories of your own school. They could be your primary school, they could be your secondary school. But what were those memories that were the fondest, that stood out the most? What were those memories, for example, that maybe were difficult, that you would like to avoid? What were those things that you remember, that you brought? Think back, the 1 or 2 years ago that you were in primary school. So you notice I'm real careful. And try to write a few of those down. On one hand, those things that were really positive, that really had an influence on your life, that you think, that you remember the longest. Maybe it was a teacher, maybe it was a principal, maybe it was a friend, but most importantly, primary and secondary experiences that were positive, and maybe those things that were hurtful. I'm going to give you some time to do this.
Sorry, I'll be back. I did mine already.
look like everyone's got some thoughts down? Okay. Yanni, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Before we do this ordered sharing, I want you to slip back one page and just look at the norms for deeper learning. I skipped over that, but I didn't want to. There are 6 norms. Read over them. I'm sure no one has any problem with those norms, but these are just generally norms. We're all in, just following them. Just want to make sure you're aware of them. You might have seen them already. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to do some ordered sharing. So what I'd like to do is to give everyone an opportunity to sort of share what are those things that you liked most about school, and then we'll go back and catch those things possibly that were hurtful or that you'd like to avoid. That if you had the power, you'd want this not to occur in Mill Valley. So, and if you don't want to share, you can pass and wait for another person, but everyone should have an opportunity to share. Is there anyone, Michelle, did you want to start, or would you rather someone else? Sure. I always turn to the president.
No, sure. Why not?
Okay.
I'll
so what are those
lead
things
the way.
that you remember most that you liked?
The fondest was that we had the opportunity, students to teach students. So there was a lot of peer interaction, and for me that was the best way to learn. The other was that I was thinking about this. Girl Scouts here in Mill Valley has been here forever, and Tia, who is at Tam Valley, was actually my Girl Scout leader, and just the that the community was very involved and vested in our school, an integral part, as well as music. I learned how to play the flute and went on to play in the Marin Youth Orchestra and at UC Berkeley, and just the excellent additional programs that the community and the district provided for students lives on. And then lastly was a teacher, interestingly enough, a teacher that influenced me were not in my elementary school experience, they were in high school. Mr. Sherman, history teacher, and the opportunity to have a leadership role in his classroom and be a TA was a profound change, and I think an impetus to why I'm on this board today.
Yeah, very interesting. I remember the times I served as a teacher's assistant. It was sort of like, wow, that was great. Good. Sure.
Are we doing the positive and
Positive first. Let's start with the positive first, and we'll deal with the negative.
My
later.
memories of school. It was easy. It was close by. All my friends were also very close by. I remember for at least kind of like the K-5 experience that I liked my teachers. I liked my teachers. School projects were fun, field trips were fun, and it is where I learned all the lyrics to Christmas music, which my children don't necessarily know because they were religious songs. And it's a big difference now.
It's true.
That
I
is-
also learned Hanukkah songs growing up.
Hanukkah songs as well. Yeah, I learned both.
Yeah, I have a Hanukkah story that I will tell you about regarding Hanukkah and Christmas. That it's interesting, but I'll wait until I get to share. And and Kimberly, you're invited to do the same.
Yes.
thing. You can share the positive things that you remember about school. Okay, so Sharon, what was that you mentioned field trips?
Oh, I really enjoyed field trips. Yeah, who didn't?
Yeah, those are great. Those are super good. Excellent. All righty, Ellie.
Mine were the teachers throughout where they just made you feel like you were their only student, and they would, during recess or whatever, you could come and chat with them, and they made, they were handling hundreds of kids, but they made you feel like they cared about whatever was going on the playground or, later in, planning for college, and made you feel like they wanted to have those updates from you even after you had left their classroom. So mine were those teachers who really made you feel special, like that you were their favorite student, even though they probably had hundreds of those.
Yeah, exactly. There are teachers there are people, not only teachers, but people that have that knack, that whether it's a financial advisor, whether it's a physician, that you go, your own doctor, that they make you feel like they don't have any other patients.
Yeah.
That you are the most special. Teachers that do the same thing. And I remember telling teachers at our middle school when I was a principal there, I would say to them, if you want to get votes, if you want votes from this community and from your parents, when you see a parent, mention something about their child that is special to you. It means a ton to a parent to hear that, because they get that same feeling like, oh, they must think my child is the best, even though they have all these others. Yeah, I know what you mean. Just, gosh, doesn't it feel good when you walk away thinking, I'm their only student. They wouldn't do this to anybody else, but they make you feel that way. That's a good point. Excellent. Natalie.
I think it was probably more high school time, but more around English class and music and art and opportunities to learn, but have discussions, be creative, and find your outlet for, I think, a lot of feelings and things that you're going through as you're growing and developing and dealing with a lot of social situations. And so having those classes and those outlets were fantastic. And then I went to a very large school, and so there were about 500 kids in each grade. And so having that size of a community to be able to could be challenging at that time, but also to be able to find your pockets where you felt like you belonged, I think was really valuable. And it's funny, I've blocked out a lot of the stuff around earlier years, but just the discussion about teachers is definitely like, I can think about my junior high geography teacher and my second grade teacher, and getting like the ribbons for a nice and neat award or something, where it's like that was the most amazing thing to be able to take home and made you feel like it was a special experience at school. And so so there were definitely some of those standout educators that that make it a positive experience.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, teachers who realize how empowered they are, that just by a word or a touch on the shoulder or an expression or a smile can impact, it has so much power with individual students that they remember it, Natalie, like you remember it, those special teachers. Yeah, very good, excellent. Yanni?
So I like the fact that I got a very well-rounded, rigorous education and being challenged. I was in a international baccalaureate program, middle school and high school, and our class was small, 30 kids, and it's split into two different groups depending upon your math or science oriented or more liberal arts oriented. But it was very, very, very rigorous education that focused on teaching you think critically. I appreciate the teacher dedication in teaching us, and sometimes crossing the picket lines to teach us, even though because they care so much about us. I liked forming a small group of friends of 30 who always stayed together, and then we copied each other's homework a lot. and I'm still friends with a lot of those kids who are now all middle-aged people, and just having that community was really special. But most importantly, I really appreciate the teachers who went out of their way to follow up, teach, come to our homes when we cut our classes, and sent us encouraging emails or letters in college. Yeah, it's just, that's what I remember.
No,
Yeah.
that's great. Well, in one of the schools that I was a principal of, we had an algebra teacher who everyone loved. Her name was Mrs. Kathy Anderson. Everyone loved Kathy. A very rigorous teacher. But she did something, a couple things that endeared herself to her students and to her parents. She, 3 days a week, would arrive at school early, and she would sit out in the media center, in an area, and she would wait for her students who might want to come and get some individual tutoring from her or had questions or whatever. Sometimes no one came and she just did her own work, but often and more often than not, people came. She also, if anyone got a very poor grade on a test, allowed them to take the test again, to study. She would give them the test, and she'd average the 2 grades. And there were teachers on the staff that would never do that, never do that. My God, that would not reflect what their academic, and Kathy was more into, I want them to learn, but we all can't be perfect the first time around. I want to give them a chance to improve. I won't give them, if they get an F and then they get an A, she'd give them a C. They'd give them an opportunity, but she always availed herself for those. I never understood why more teachers didn't do that, because she was so popular, so popular.
So, but I would like to add, some of the teachers that I really now appreciate, we all hated in high school because they were just tough.
Yes.
But then looking back, just coming to my house when I cut classes and chasing us down with homework, I mean, it takes special dedication to do that. And what I appreciate as an adult is very different than what I appreciated then. I used to hate this teacher. Like, when she came to my house and got me grounded, I was like, seriously? But,
I've got a story I'm going to share. One of mine is one of those teachers I hated at the time.
Yeah.
That I now value because he made a big difference in my life.
Yeah.
Kimberly, anything you want to share?
I can share that my fondest memories are related to the relationships and the social aspects of school, sports, the field trips, all of the extras that really made school a great place where kids could come together and do things that were of interest to them. And I'll piggyback on what you said, Ellie, for all of those teachers who made you feel like you were their favorite. I think that is an important part. And as a teacher previously, I have hundreds of favorites, and I still see them now who are married, some with children, and I think it's a very sincere and authentic connection that teachers make, and we're so fortunate to have so many amazing teachers, even in Mill Valley, who have those ongoing relationships with kids and have valued them in their learning process.
Good. Very, very good. Everything is about relationships. I always tell people all the time in my classes I teach, when I do workshops, relationships are everything. Those people who have an affinity to being able to develop relationships, students that have a lot of relationships, are the wealthiest and most affluent people in the world. I really think it's relationships that really increase a person's wealth. It's relationships. It's relationships. Being able to have many friends and many individuals that you can work with. Let me just share a little bit about a couple of things. I'm going to jump in if you don't mind regarding this. I had a 9th grade science teacher, and I remember I started the year very upset because, number one, she was a girl. This teacher was science shouldn't be, I was a 9th grader. I know much more now than I did before, especially since my wife was the first female cantor in Orange County. She reminds me a lot about this. But number one, she wasn't a man. How could a woman be a science teacher? It was sort of in the back of my head. And where was this class held because of a lack of space in my junior high? In a home ec room. How can you teach science in a home ec room? And I was just, I'm sure my attitude really got me in trouble a lot. And I remember my mother and father lecturing me and telling me, my father saying, I don't care if it's if you're having class on the roof, you do what the teacher tells you, those kinds of things. By the end of that term, she was my favorite teacher of all time. I learned a tremendous amount. I learned what I I mean, I felt embarrassed that I would have felt the way I did at the very beginning, but she turned into one of my favorite teachers of all time. It changed during that course of that year. I remember a 12th grade composition teacher that I had in high school, who I got a C- in that class. It almost prevented me from going on to UCLA, and I was so angry at this person. I felt he didn't understand my writing. Every time I got my paper, it was loaded with red marks all over the place. He must have spent hours reading only mine. Now, obviously, all the others were. But Mr. Kramer turned my ability to write from very mediocre to a lot better than mediocre. I wished I could say to incredible. I wouldn't want to give myself that, that credit, but I certainly was a better writer as a result of Mr. Kramer. And he was one of those tough teachers that I hated then, but I valued later. And those are the two really, really positive experiences. There are many others, but a lot of them related around, around relationships as far as that goes. Okay, what about those experiences that were hurtful? If you could protect your children today in Mill Valley, you wouldn't want them to have these kind of experiences. Any that you're willing to share?
So I'll start. So I'm a little jealous of people who had felt seen in elementary school, because interestingly enough, here in the Mill Valley School District, I didn't feel seen until I got into high school. And I was a very dutiful student. I only raised my hand when I knew I had the right answer. And I never had that connection. And as a result, like you, I made sure that I brought that to my work as a teacher and as a principal, and relationships being critical. I think that my high school teachers taught me that. The other thing, too, is I had a very difficult experience in 4th grade here. I won't name the teacher, but it was at Edna McGuire, and she shouldn't have been in the classroom. Mm-hmm. And it's the kind of person and it made me very clear how deeply we touch children's lives as teachers, for better or for worse. It's the kind of thing where my 40-year-old friend still remembered how she picked on the girls and just how ruthless she was. And so those things stay with you. And it was actually that year that I realized I wanted to be a teacher. So I bring that to my board work as well. And at that time, also understanding there's so much complication and to the craft of teaching, and people are human. But at the time, I just, it scarred me. Mm-hmm. The other is that I have 2 different colored eyes, if you don't know, and, kids are kids, and so I was taunted and bullied, and understand how it feels to be different in a way you can't change, but also taking that to understanding why people bully. And it was a good lesson I had here in the Mill Valley School District to realize that sometimes people are bullying because they're in more pain than you are. So these were good experiences, interestingly enough, that strongly framed my values and ethics as a teacher and a leader. Yeah.
Good. Very interesting. Thank you for sharing. That was great. Sharon?
So some I would say negatives, not so much painful, but looking back, it was too easy sometimes. So when I got to college, I didn't know how to study. I don't think we have that problem in Mill Valley School District. I think our children are prepared for high school, so that's a step in the right direction, obviously. It was the 70s and 80s, and there was zero talk or consideration of diversity. So you found your own people, which often looked exactly like you, and you just stuck only with those people. And that's just a reflection of the time, And then in my, I didn't really have a teacher that changed my learning trajectory or was impactful, I think, until I got to college, maybe in high school. But in high school, you had either excellent AP teachers or you had mediocrity for all other subjects. So if you didn't choose an AP teacher for every subject, and I didn't, and just kind of meh. So that would be my experience.
Oh, very interesting.
I kind of want to piggyback on that because I do remember this one incident where, I had a lot of AP teachers, and I forget what, I don't want to name the class. It was one of those where it wasn't an AP, so it was just like everyone. And I remember the way this teacher spoke to a student who was not white, and she made a very racist assumption about him. And I remember, he didn't react, and I remember very confidently and boldly, because we had a very different track of teachers talking back and complaining about that teacher, because I was so appalled and offended that she could treat him like that. And that was that moment when I realized sometimes the tracks and how we have to make sure all those paths are right, because there can be very different experiences. And that one wasn't really very personal, but that kind of triggered that thought for me of the tracks. I'd agree on the bullying. I think it was much more tolerated, and I appreciate that it's less tolerated at this point in society. Obviously we still have work to do, but and the role, where there could be a stronger teacher, how important the parents and the resources of that child are. And I also always felt like that was really unfair, where if a student was in a position where they weren't having the best experience at school, if you didn't have the parents who knew the system and can go in and advocate for that student, it's really easy to get lost in the system. And those are the things that I just remember both experiencing and watching and feeling really disappointed and frustrated in.
Very interesting. Gosh, very good. Thanks, Elmy. Natalie.
This feels like a bit of an open, very open community, and a little uncomfortable to, which I know is the point, but to share some of the personal experiences. But I would say, probably, similar to Michelle, and I'm sure with a lot of us with growing up with immigrant parents or immigrant families, just a lot of teasing around my last name, and just kind of reflecting back on that just the difference between kind of then and now. It's not that these things don't happen, but with the focus, to your earlier point, Mark, on social emotional learning and empathy and being able to put yourself in each other's shoes, I do think that it lends a different perspective now that was lacking back when we were kids in school and things like that were going on.
Yeah. Hopefully we've grown since those times, but we still see it in the whole idea of bullying, although I think we're trying in a more intentional way of getting a grip on that and trying to deal with it. We're now in a totally different era where we have social media, which we didn't have.
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys, but there was no social media. Now it's so easy to be able to bully and get things out to much larger audiences that are hurtful, that are unfair, that are wrong, that are simply not true, but that put people in very uncomfortable situations. And I don't know if, as a society, we've come to fully understand how to prevent those things and how dangerous those are and how that can impact the lives of our students, because they have access to all of that, those devices. They're smart.
They're so smart.
You know that. Whenever I want to start my TV when it needs to be rebooted, I have to go across
my
and
9-year-old,
get my 9-year-old neighbor across the street to come over and show me how to do it.
iPad.
The iPads, people are on it. We never, when we traveled, we didn't travel with iPads. We traveled and did license plate games and things like that. You remember that? Oh, I got my 4th license, So boring. When are we going to be there? When are we going to be there? Natalie, thank you very much for sharing that. It is very true. And whether it's names or whether it's ethnicity or whether it is the way we speak or language, becomes a source of some, people taking advantage of those.
Well, and I think the difference, there's almost in a way, it was almost better in some ways compared to your example with social media, because at least it's to your face, whereas social media, then it's, out into the world.
It's
and
out
I
in the
think,
world.
as adults aren't necessarily
Yeah.
setting the best examples for our kids and doing some of those same things, because it's an echo chamber, and you don't have to do it to somebody's face, where when you make that personal and direct connection with an individual, as a human being, then it might be hopefully it would be a very different experience.
Yeah.
So
It is very true. And Yenny, you're going next, but I did want to, just because it goes in line with something that Natalie said. I was told by a rabbi once that during a service, when this was a portion of the Talmud, and he reminded everyone that we have a right to disagree with people. We have a right to debate. We have a right to take a different opinion. We can get angry at people, but these are all natural kinds of emotions. We have a right to go into a separate room and yell at somebody, as long as it's not in public. But we do not have a right to publicly humiliate anybody. We are forbidden for doing that, according to the Talmud. You can disagree, you can debate, you can argue, you can come up with a different, you don't have to vote their way, but you can't publicly humiliate anyone. That is crossing the line, because that's not gets us closer to where we want to be. And it stuck with me that, not that I'm a regular attendee at all services, but I will tell you that seemed to ring a bell with me about humiliation, public humiliation. And when you go into things like, social media, much of that is humiliating, what ends up getting on those things. So, very good point. Yunhee, I'm sorry, I sort of stepped on it.
So personally, I hated the amount of homework we had. I mean, I averaged 2-3 hours of sleep Monday through Fridays at school, and all of us were great students. We were forced to copy each other's homework because there was just no amount of work that could have, that could have done without. One thing, though, I grew up in a very different situation. My school was literally Tale of Two Cities. It was an accelerated program focused on IB, math, science, and music and art, but then there was a general population who came from the projects. And even as a kid, I always felt like that system was not fair. The kind of education I got was very different than 60% of the school who did not receive the education and barely passed or graduated from high school. So even then, I just saw the unfairness of that system. As much as I benefited from IB, I was always aware that there were, it's Cabrini Green Project. That's not what you see. It's 1,000 times, I'd say, underprivileged than what you see in Marin. And so that I didn't like. Another thing I didn't like was, if you see the movie Mean Girl, that was my high school. There were a lot of kids, they came from a lot of privilege, from Gold Coast, Chicago, mixed in with this. So there was a lot of focus on materialism. Armani was a big thing in my high school. BMW was a big thing in my high school. I just didn't like that kind of materialism and mean girlness and a lot of drugs. So, that's my experience.
Very good.
Yeah.
What comes with resources are sometimes the ability to get things that are not good.
Yeah.
When you have resources.
Yeah.
There's no question about it. Kimberly, anything that stands out that you want to share regarding things that you didn't feel were great?
No, nothing crossed my mind personally. but I appreciate the experiences. I as an administrator, I regularly get to speak to parents and know about things that aren't right for kids, and that's always really hard to hear, and we want to make the educational experience for every student excellent, and so it's always a really good and thoughtful way to recognize that your own personal positive experience may not be the positive experience of others.
Mm. Now, Kimberly, you went to primary, correct me if I'm wrong, in Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
At Findlay, Ohio?
I went to a smaller school.
Smaller school. I'm just curious, tell us a little bit about Findlay, or about your smaller school. How did it compare
Sure.
to what we have here?
I think there's a lot of similarities. What we know traditionally is that schools haven't changed much. The structure of schools, the setting of schools, the delivery of instruction in schools. And so I wouldn't say that there's a lot of differences. A funny difference that I noticed when I moved to California is that we have outdoor schools. All of our schools were in buildings that were 3 stories high and hallways with students. I said one way I think I was brought to California were the Sweet Valley High books that I devoured as a child, and reading and thinking about what California was like. In essence, I think the instruction, the learning, all of that continues to remain very similar.
Mm-hmm. Good, very good. It is so true. I agree with Kimberly regarding things that haven't changed. You know, we have technology and all that. What's so refreshing sometimes is to go into classrooms that have changed. I don't know, class sizes have increased and decreased and over the years. But so often the way we deliver instruction hasn't changed to the degree that I feel it should change. So similar, yet there's such a need to change and deliver it a different way. When I went to school, the limits to knowledge were bordered by the walls of the classroom. You had Encyclopedia Britannicas, that's where you found out about things outside of the classroom. There were no computers and all that. Now, we have the ability to be able to a teacher is not only the sole source of information, but should be the facilitator of other sources of information with the technology we have today. I sometimes feel that we haven't taken full advantage of that to the degree that we need to, and maybe that's an area that schools that really do excel have really been able to move the needle on as far as that goes. And the one thing that I remember, I had a couple, but one, and it went with a couple things people said about bullying. I will never forget my junior high school when I was a 7th grader. At that time, elementary was K-6, and junior highs were 7, 8, 9. And I was a 7th grader, and for the first time, I had to change for PE. And I went into the boys' locker room and had to change. I had never taken my clothes off in front of other people, other than my own family, and it was traumatic. And I happened to be in a class where there were 9th graders. And as far as 9th graders were concerned, they were like monsters to me. I mean, I was not, terribly, I loved the Dodgers, but I was not a good baseball player. I was not a great sports and, an athlete. And I remember those horrible experiences of having to go in and change and become sort of the target of, some comments and, taking those wet towels and, I'll never forget that. And I vowed that I would protect children to the degree that, that everyone is different, and, that just stands out. I'm sure you have seen those things in pictures. Okay. Thank you for sharing those things. Why did we do that? I mean, it shares a little bit about our own background, but it also hopefully brings us into an area where you'd want to move the needle for children today. You know, either by making it good or not making it, you know, as far as that goes. Michelle, I'm looking at, we're approaching 11. I'm going to try to squeeze one more activity in before we take a break.
Okay.
And that'll leave us with the research on this book. But here is the other activity that I'd love for you to do. Would you go to the text that says, on whose shoulders are you standing? On whose shoulders are you standing? A little bit of a twist to what we just did. I'd like you to think of an individual or individuals in your life that really played an important part in where you are today. You know, an individual. It doesn't have to be a teacher, it could be. You know, it might be a parent, it might be a relative, it might be a friend, it might be someone you knew in college. But I mean, really played because you traveled to get to this point. You know, you traveled and you decided to become a school board member and to look out for the interests of many children. You made that conscious choice. I want you to think about the individual or individuals that influenced you to do something like this. And it could be recent or it could be a long time ago, that really played a role in your decision making and your own development as an individual and your choice to become a school board member. And take a piece of paper, and what I'd like you to do is to draft a statement that not only identifies that individual, but maybe thanks them for contributing to your journey. And I'm going to do the same thing, and Kimberly, you're invited to do the same thing as well. But you know, we always stand on the shoulders of somebody else. We always stand on the shoulders of somebody else, and sometimes we forget that. We forget it. So take some time, and what I'm looking at is, you know, giving you a little bit of time to just draft a statement. The statement doesn't have to be 30 pages, it could be a paragraph, but if you can just draft it, and then after you've drafted it, maybe we'll take a break, and then we'll come back, maybe share those, and then we'll jump into this. That'll bring us to lunch. Does that work for you?
Sounds good.
Good. And if you need to get up now because, oh my God, I've got to eat, just get up.
fast, but I can't read my handwriting sometimes. That's like the result of doing all that homework in high school. I had so much homework, I can't read my handwriting.
I can't read mine either.
I didn't know that. I thought I was the only one who could read my handwriting.
all the time.
Yeah, that's why I had my husband bring me my laptop so I could type my
Yeah,
notes.
Yeah.
I too. I don't write anymore.
Yeah,
I
no.
And
As
I'm like,
Natalie's typing hers. No.
she has great handwriting.
I know, I know.
It's like I have these scribbles, sometimes I can't read it. Like literally, I cannot read what I know.
I know, isn't it so how we've gotten so dependent on laptops and all that, but, I think that not being able to read your writing, Yun-hee, because I can't read mine, must be a sign of incredibly intelligent people.
Well, doctors have bad handwriting. I say like nobody could read. Have you ever tried reading your doctor's prescription handwriting?
Oh, it's
I'm
terrible.
always amazed how the right things show up after they scribble.
I know, like the pharmacist, pharmacists, I don't know how they read it because
Yeah.
I try to read it and I'm like, what is this?
Yeah, I know. I was watching Kimberly hammering around and going, man, maybe I should have done this too, because I'm going to say, something like, and I think I can't read that.
Best handwriting? Teachers.
Teachers.
Every time you get like a thank you note.
Oh, that's true. It is very.
I have a senior. She has like the most perfect script, and she like literally takes notes in this she's 7.
In longhand.
Yeah, this
Perfect,
perfect
and like that beautiful script where it's like all,
Yeah.
it just gorgeous.
Right.
I know, I just, some people have like older ladies and have the most beautiful handwriting. Like, whenever I get a Christmas card or something from like older people, I know I'm just like, oh my gosh, that art is gone now.
So everybody used to write letters.
Is everyone pretty much done with
Yeah.
doing it? Well, let me ask you, did you want to share and then we'll just take a break? Are you okay
I
with
think
that?
that
And then we'll
probably
take a
makes
break and then we have one more activity before we get to eat.
Yeah.
Because I'm really excited to share mine.
Okay.
But I won't do mine first. I was
You were
thinking
one of
about it.
those children in the front of
I
the
know,
class, is
I know.
always
I was
doing
like
this.
that. It's like one of these where the teacher always looks over you. It's like
100%.
Hermione.
Like that.
Does anyone here know who Hermione Granger is?
Yes.
Of course. Well, I had not read the Harry Potter series until my grandchildren began reading it and asking me a lot of questions, and I didn't know what they were talking about. What is Quidditch and all of this stuff. So I began reading it, but wasn't Hermione the one that would always have the answers? And occasionally they'd call on her, but more often than not they would, depending on who the professor was. So that, hands up, and you never got called. Okay, does anyone want to share the shoulders of who you stood on?
Can I have
we'll
more
start
than
with
one
you.
person?
It could be one or more.
So I worked in finance where I feel like I worked with really difficult people.
Yeah.
And when I started my investment banking career in 1991, there were hardly any women professionals. I've always been the only woman in a group. And one person I like to thank is Michelle, who was a partner at a firm I worked at. She was also African American, highly successful partner. And I like to thank Michelle because it was really hard to get assigned as a woman professional, hard to get assigned on big important IPOs or M&A projects. And Michelle used to work me like a slave on some very difficult M&A projects. I went 4 days without sleep working on a project, and I was given a credit card to go buy clothes to change at a hotel because, I couldn't go home. And back then, I thought she was a slave driver, but now I really thank her because I realized that she was doing it to give me responsibility and put me on important projects. Because hardest thing I've noticed as a female professional in the hedge fund private equity world was that women professionals don't do well, not because they're not capable, but also because they're not given a chance to prove themselves. Men I've worked with always put their favorite drinking buddies on their projects, not necessarily the only woman who was hired. And so I really look back upon my experience with Michelle as giving me a lot of responsibility. Another person who I would like to thank is Josh Friedman of Canyon Partners. He is an immensely wealthy, successful man. He hired me as a 30-year-old person who was a VP in my previous job, and he gave me responsibilities to lead huge financing and investment opportunities. He used to terrorize me because everything was about downside, upside. He taught me to be accountable for my actions and investment choices, and gave me a lot of responsibilities to succeed. And one thing I learned from Josh is you don't become successful by analyzing, you become successful by knowing people. I used to have a saying that, all of us at that firm always thought, there's a range in finance where you would quit, a bonus range where you would quit, or where you would be so happy. And Josh always came in at right above your bottom, I'm going to quit my job range. And I always felt that people skill, like knowing people, is far more important trait for success than just being book smart.
So
Yeah.
true. It
Yeah.
goes to the comment about relationships.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he
knowing
could
people.
figure you out.
Yeah, it's who you know. Isn't
Yeah.
that so true? Who you know. It's so important.
But he is a scary guy. Drexel. I used to be terrified of him.
Well, I'm sure they appreciate your thanks
Yeah.
on that. That is good. That's good to know.
Yeah.
Very good. And you're here today as a result of that.
Yeah.
That is great. We're going to go backwards. Natalie, did you want to share?
Sure. I'll lump three people together, three wonderful, wonderful women that I worked for throughout my career, Jen, Robin, and also another Jen. But they were just wonderful managers who had confidence in your ability, and so would give you the opportunities to step into roles and to take ownership and leadership of relationships or initiatives without micromanaging. And so demonstrating trust and and having empathy, where you build relationships with each other, with the people you're supporting. And I was in human resources, and so the empathy in that people aspect is critical, but it was never lost that you're also managing a business and who the stakeholders are and being able to balance all of it. And so I thought they all demonstrated that incredibly, and then also provided opportunities for me and everybody that were together on their teams to be able to step into those roles and confidently own it and move forward without getting into all of those nitty-gritty details, because they knew that we would be able to accomplish it. And when you kind of give people those opportunities, then they show you that they can focus on what they need to focus on and allow you to thrive. And so all of those qualities were really fantastic in developing who I am today.
That is great. And they helped you get to where you are today. Yeah, that is great. Well, I'm sure they appreciate your acknowledgement of the work that they did. Thanks, Natalie, for sharing. Ellie.
I am going to go with my parents because they immigrated here with little me and gave up everything, restarted from scratch in really tough circumstances to create every opportunity for me. They prioritized education at every step of the way. And I could not even put into words all of the things and all of the sacrifices they made, but there's no way I would have accomplished a single thing without everything that they did, putting me first and thinking about my future. I'm eternally grateful to them.
That is good. Are your parents alive?
Oh,
And do they live near you?
they do. That another sacrifice. They are right by me, helping me, because it really does take a village to, raise kids, work, thrive, and they have not stopped supporting me even at this point. So I'm very fortunate.
I think that's so wonderful that you shared that as well. Because, we work in many marginalized communities. And when I say marginalized, I mean marginalized not only by socioeconomic factors, but also ethnicity or language or gender or whatever the case may be, any of those things that might marginalize an individual. But certainly individuals that have every ability and potential to do great things. And when we go in there, we see a lot of moms and dads that play a incredibly close and critical role with raising their children, and then are there for their adult children. For their, always there at the house. Many of them can't afford, care, can't send their children to preschool. They don't have the funds, but mom and dad are there. They play a critical role. Yeah, very good. Thanks for sharing. Sharon.
Not close enough. So I would lump this into sort of three groups. One is my work colleagues throughout, because I didn't know how to ask questions until I was an adult and working. I didn't really understand what that was. So that kind of led me, and then on top of that, my parents, who taught me community service and volunteering. And then so that kind of led me to be a school board member, is because I was always involved in our schools. And I got that way, and really, I'm standing on the shoulders of Kathy Davis and former and current members of Mill Valley Nursery School. It's the only co-op school here in Mill Valley, and I found my way there, and I found my own capacity for leadership there. I wrote this down, because I was taught immeasurable amounts of parent ed, parenting. I got to see how incredibly diverse children could be and how they learned completely differently from each other, different speeds, different capacity. I have two girls. I have two girls who could sit still. And then I got to nursery school and realized, wow, there's a lot of kids that can't. I didn't know that, though. As a parent, you really only know your children really well. The parents themselves are also covered the spectrum of what people, could be or could act like something. Some are capable of doing 100 things at a time, and some are capable of only doing one. But we're all there for our children. So, a lot like this, like we could be totally diverse, but we have the same goal of successful students.
Yes.
So.
Yes. Yeah. Very good. Oh, that's very close by too.
Yeah.
Kathy's. Does she still work?
She just retired.
Retired.
Yeah, after, I don't know, 25, 30 years or something.
Yeah, unbelievable. What a commitment.
Yeah.
What a commitment. Great, thanks for sharing. Michelle?
Well, like Ellie, my parents have been the bedrock of my leadership journey, and it's because they came from other countries, and that journey here is really transformational. It started actually with my grandparents, and I sit with that because and I think maybe, people here who are firstborn have this sense of the promise of democracy, and that the cornerstone of it is public education, and how critically important it was to absolutely give one and all as a student in class, and then to see some of the inherent systemic issues that, yes, as some people have mentioned, even linger to this day. But I think I got my chutzpah to dare to be a leader, dare to transform, from Jared Nodelman, who I haven't talked to for 35 years, but talked to yesterday. And he was very pivotal in my early 20s, a father of an ex-boyfriend. But he's the guy that said, hey, get out there and do it. It kind of instilled in me a belief in myself by seeing who I am in a way that maybe my parents could not. And then my most favorite teacher at the University of Laverne doctoral program, a female leader, Dr. Sherry Fox. I just wrote here, I wanted to thank her for being a strong female servant leader, and I have had very few female role models who really had the capacity to open their hearts to other females, because female leadership mentoring can be tricky in my experience. But she not only came super prepared, but humbled and willing to give her time after hours, and always open to other viewpoints, which I hope to continue expand my leadership capacity to do in coming up with really good next steps and transformative systems and in our realm of board work via policy and guidance and support and this team. So kudos and thanks to them. Thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Oh, that is great. It's wonderful stories.
Yeah,
Wonderful stories. Kimberly.
I know that I've been so fortunate in my career and just in my personal life to be surrounded by incredible mentors, people who I look to, who have very successful professional careers, but then also have balanced that and have helped me in decision makings personally as well. So I speak to several other people who are current superintendents on a regular basis and retired superintendents, someone who now works for the Federal Department of Education, other friends who work in state departments. And I think that that's been really critical to my career to understand that education, how it looks different and how it looks very much the same all across the U.S. and in this role as a superintendent, how that looks different from district to district as well. Mark, you've been a mentor for me as well. I know that I've been able to pick up the phone and call you, and I'm really fortunate to have all of the individuals who have been part of my own professional journey available and at the ready to be able to answer those calls. And then in addition to that, I think that some of my other greatest mentors are those outside the education field. It reminds me of how other operations happen and how other businesses, private, public, all of those different sectors carry out the work that they do as well. And so living here in California, being originally from Ohio, I do feel that my mentors are all across the U.S. And so usually it is a phone call away or a text away, but it is a really important piece of the work that we do to be able to bounce those ideas and think more broadly about decisions.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for that honor. That was great. Well, I'm the last one. I get to share. You can't leave until I get to share because a lot of it was motivated by many of you sitting around the table. I want to thank three people. One, you may know of, and two, I'm sure you don't. I want to thank an individual by the name of Madeline Hunter. Many of you might know that she was a teacher at UCLA. She's written many books on teaching and learning. Madeline Hunter inspired me during my graduate work when I was seeking a teaching credential and went into this profession. She said a couple things that always stuck with me. Aside from being an incredibly great teacher over at the UCLA Laboratory School in Westwood, she would say, we've got to be better tomorrow than we are today. She would always end our class with, be better tomorrow than you are today. Strive to be better. And the second thing she said about teachers, because she was for her entire life, she said one teaching strategy will not work. Effective teachers have the ability to implement multiple teaching strategies and techniques. Not all your students are auditory learners or visionary learners, or visual learners, or tactile learners. They're different. You need multiple strategies. And the most effective teachers, and the ones that will stay with students the greatest, are the ones that have in their, quiver a number of different types of arrows that they could use in the classroom. And I remember that to this very day. She was an incredible person. The whole issue of anticipatory set and bird walking, these are all Madeline Hunter terms. And she taught me a lot. The other two that I want to thank I'm sure you don't know of. One was an individual, he was my 6th grade teacher. His name was Mr. Dieter. And I thought of Mr. Dieter because of something Ellie said, and I think it was Ellie who said, making you feel like you're the only student he has. I think he was 7 feet 9 inches tall. He really wasn't, but I was short and he was big, and he was the only man elementary teacher I ever had, and he stood with me. He stood in my mind as just an impactful teacher, and I started to see that it was okay to be a man and be an elementary teacher. And actually, my first teaching job was in elementary school, even though my father wanted me to be an attorney and join his firm, and to go to USC. I went to UCLA and became a teacher, so I think I failed my father in that regard. But Mr. Dieter made me feel like I was the only person in the room. And Ellie, when you made that comment, I sort of smiled because I know what it's like to be the only, even though I know I'm not. And the third person, and he should rest in peace, he died recently. His name was Phil Palbaum. He was my first principal when I was a teacher. He taught me how to be an administrator. He taught me how to be a principal. And he knew every single, we had 780 students at Lee Elementary School, and he knew everyone's name, or I didn't see him not know anyone's name. He was always visible. He was always out there, and he did something. There were very few men on the staff, but all the men during the day before the winter break would cook breakfast for the whole staff, just the men. And he would buy all the stuff, and we would do all the cooking and serve it to the full staff. I thought that was sort of a cool thing to do. And when I became a principal in the Fountain Valley School District, I did that same thing, and I carried it all the way through to the time I retired as a superintendent, because at the district office, all the men cooked and we did that breakfast. It was something that stayed with me. It built relationships. It made people feel good at a time that was sort of a neat time during the year. So those are the three people I want to thank, and thanks for giving me a chance to share that. And it's later than I wanted, but let's take a break.
Yeah.
But I do, can we go 10 minutes?
They're going to put it in the hallway.
For a break?
For a break?
Yeah, how are we feeling? Let's take a poll.
So maybe we can make
Yeah,
it
You want to
Can
go
we
5
make it
minutes?
5? Let's
Because
make
I
it
do
5.
want to get into this, and I don't
Yeah,
want to
let's
be
make
too
it
late
5.
for.
Okay.
Should we do it? And then I'm going to use the rest.
Do you want to adjourn it for a quick break?
Yes, 5 minutes. Oh, excuse me. We will adjourn the meeting for a 5-minute break. Thank you. So now we will re-adjourn our meeting at 11:33.
Okay, well, we probably need more time for this, I mean, if we run a little late, but I don't want to hold us from lunch, because we're all, that's the last thing, I don't want to keep food. You know what they say, you don't want to stand between you and lunch, or you and dinner, or you and breakfast. You don't want to stand between, food. What I'd like you to do is take out this book, Both in Thinking. And I want to give you a little bit of quiet time here, to not to read the book, but what I'd like you to do is to get a little bit of a flavor of it. And the best way to do that would be to read the introduction. Now, the introduction is about 14 pages. You could skim it. You could do what you want. I'll give you a little bit of time, maybe 10 or 15 minutes. If you don't finish, some people aren't speed readers. But the introduction really, I think, will give you a flavor for what I was talking about regarding tensions and the different types of tensions. I think that what I'd like you to do is, as you read that introduction, I'd like you to jot down, a quote that you might agree with, or a quote that you don't necessarily agree with, or that you would think you need more information on. And then maybe before we break, you can share that quote or quotes that really rang a bell with you. But the best way, hopefully during the course of the year, you'll have a chance in hopefully future sessions. I'd love to bring this out again where you can have a chance to delve deeper into the book. But I just gave this book to you, so
Thank you.
to me, I can't expect that you have already read it unless someone said, oh yeah, I just read this book. And it's so new that most people haven't, but it'll explain with the introduction what both and thinking means, rather than either and thinking. And it'll talk a little bit about where the two authors are trying to go and what the rest of the book. So why don't you take a little bit of time and see if you can't read or skim just the introduction. And then try to, maybe capture a few of those quotes that maybe hit you either one way or the other. Like, I don't agree with that, or I do agree with that, or something like that.
Okay.
How's that? So
Thank you.
let me give you about 15 minutes of quiet time just to read this, because this is our first delve into research. And I'm going to get a cup of coffee because I've already read it. So.
Have you read the whole thing?
No, I have not.
Okay.
This book was recommended, by the way, by Carolyn Boehner. And I said, Carolyn, I haven't read the book. I hate to teach a class when I haven't even read the book. She goes, that's all right, Mark. Just tell her that. Disclose that.
Yes.
But I have read it. It's really great. And hopefully everyone will have a chance. But I did read the introduction and the first couple of chapters. Were just delivered to my house in Fountain Valley on Wednesday. So
Nice.
issue.
Excuse me.
Are you the house?
Yeah, it's just like,
Still,
They
This
need
is,
this book.
you want to prevent yourself ever from getting close to that type of situation.
yeah, Alberta gas.
At the break, I have some thoughts, and they're not necessarily appropriate for this, but I was going to raise them with you because I've been following it too, and I had some assumptions that I was going to make, and I was curious what your reaction would be to these. So they're on the 13th vote? Oh, my God. And the new members haven't been sworn in yet, I guess? They have to wait for...
they can't be sworn
They
in.
can't be
Yesterday to like, with their families and everything.
You know who the most powerful person in the House of Representatives is? The clerk. You know, this person who is not an elected individual, but who basically is running the show there.
How many more minutes do I have? 2 more minutes to read?
Yeah, you know, I gave you longer because I don't tend to be a real fast reader, but I want to give you a chance. But I'd like to talk a little bit about.
I have 2 more minutes.
2 more minutes, is that okay? Good.
Okay.
Yeah, great, thanks, Michelle. Let me know when you think it's ready, Michelle.
We're almost done. Shannon.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, I'm glad you guys are reading it. Just a few more, like a minute more, and then we can...
Yeah.
Yeah. I always hate stopping people when they're into this, you know, but you know what comes first? Food.
It's not here yet.
Oh, it's not here yet. Oh, good. We can go forever. Oh, gosh. Good. All righty. Okay, well,
Okay.
let me just sort of open up the conversation regarding this. I'm anxious to hear about those parts that sort of, you know, you identified as either something I agree with, or I have questions on, or more thoughts on, or disagree, or whatever the case may be. Are you seeing through the introduction a little bit how we're beginning to maneuver toward where we eventually need to go? Because what school boards need to do, what you need to do is you need to navigate these three things that this book is all about: tensions, dilemmas, and paradoxes. We've all heard the saying, cost benefit. When you need to make a decision, do I spend the money to buy this now, or should I wait and save my money and buy it later? What are the costs of one versus the benefits of the other? And you often do that. But most of the things that you're going to deal with that are of great import and of value is not going to be something that everyone is going to agree to. There's going to be some tensions behind this. There's going to be some dilemmas, some paradoxes. And the reason that I believe Carolyn strongly recommended this book was because she felt that it would possibly hit home with you. So those are my thoughts, my rationale. What are yours? So we can do it a number of ways. Before we go around and identify what sort of struck your fancy, at least in the introduction. Hopefully, you know what introductions are supposed to do. They're supposed to encourage you to delve into books. I happen to be, I heard John Lovett. Does anyone know who John Lovett is? No, he is sort of funny, but he is, has anyone heard of the podcast Pod Save America? Most progressives tend to listen to Pod Save America. I'm sure most very conservatives don't. Not every progressive or whatever. John Lovett is one of John Favreau, John Lovett. There's two or three others on the show that were part of the President Barack Obama's speech writing team. Favreau was his chief speech writer, and they, after Barack Obama left office, everyone's out of a job. So they, very bright people, obviously you can tell, they created this podcast, and it's called Pod Save America. John Lovett said something in the show that I was listening to on my trip up here, which was his New Year's resolution was to start more books, to start reading more books. So John Favreau says, well, what do you mean start? Aren't you going to finish it? He goes, no, not necessarily. I think if it catches my fancy, I'll finish it. If it doesn't, I'm going to stop. I don't think you're obligated to have to finish every book you start. If you hate the book, why should you read it? That was his point of view. But I want to start more books. That's my New Year's resolution. I want to start more books. Hopefully I'll finish more, but I want to start more. So why did I go that? Because I hope this introduction encouraged you to at least start reading this book. But we'll see. So what are your thoughts on it in terms of the introduction? And is anyone willing to want to share anything that you were able to identify that caught your fancy one way or the other?
I thought it was interesting talking about the political situation, and I think, the political climate has been very present for all of us, but just this like one side versus the other, and thinking of it in a dilemma fashion versus, there can be compromise, there can be pulling in, items from everywhere, and then the thing one that stood out to me was the swinging of the pendulum that we stay where we are until something drastic forces us to change. This tendency usually leads us to overcorrect, swinging the pendulum to the opposite alternative and triggering an ongoing vicious cycle. And that's what you see with the elections and, one side in power versus the other when you have, just two groups in power. And then also it's just very easy to latch on to this or that. And so, it's very salient, can definitely appreciate the paradoxes and the alternative option that isn't just
Yes.
black or white.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Thanks, Natalie. I agree.
I noted the exact same paragraph.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
page 8.
On page 8?
Page 8,
Yeah.
yep.
I did too, yeah.
Yeah. Very
thought
good.
this line was really interesting. So she's talking about her business school. She goes, results of a 6-month strategic planning process identify considerable benefits to combining the strengths of each program into an integrated single offering. Yet students, alumni, and supporters cherish their respective programs. I felt torn between innovating for the future and honoring our traditions. Emotions were running high.
Yes.
And I thought that was interesting because it does feel relating to stuff that goes on in this district where I think we do need to try to innovate for the future, but we are also struggling with the tensions of those who want to honor or keep the status quo.
Yes, exactly. I remember reading that, saying that was Marianne Lewis, who was running that school and had to make decisions whether to change, and pissing off all those donors that prided themselves on tradition versus moving in a direction where she felt was more beneficial for the students today. It's a very, very good point. Thanks, Ellie. Anybody else?
I also had that, but in reading farther on, I was struck by their connection to just a scientific principle on page 7, that tensions reflect natural, unavoidable, and even valuable conflict. Differences between goals, demands, interests, and views. And she goes on to describe the notion of friction. And I think that that's valuable to remember, and certainly for myself. And I think, in terms of our own personal triggers and back to childhood, and what are things that we learn how to behave, and, you want to, as an educator, I spent 18 years teaching children how to solve problems. But in the end, not ever integrating this notion that it is healthy, it's okay, and to even teach these concepts of tension, dilemma, and paradox. And then on the same page, I think this maybe extends what Ellie's quote was suggesting, is making a clear choice removes the uncertainty and therefore can minimize anxiety in the short term, but it can also limit creativity and diminish more sustainable possibilities. And I think as a long-term resident here, I wonder about, because we have such a high-functioning community, certainly via our data, that we can become complacent or in our wanting things to be nice and we're always above average and we're stable, that we have missed the opportunity for this kind of dynamic change. And so we have some work to do to make it a safe place to look. That change, transformation is where the excitement is, and this is inevitable and it's part of life. So to create language as a board, using this book perhaps to navigate this and unlock a more joyful approach, because it is scary for people, and when we're afraid, we go back to what we think we know, and I think that plays out in many dynamics I've seen, and not only in my leadership career, but in the 2 years I've been here. And
change is difficult, and you're going to get pushback. And the question that the board always has to answer is, does the pushback something you want to address by sacrificing where the potential could be if you moved ahead? And it's always very good points. Anybody else?
It made me just reading this. So I forgot to mention Josh Friedman at Canyon. I always had to anticipate his questions and comments and objections in every investment I made. And I felt like I became very adept at seeing all different perspectives, downsides, upsides, and looking at risk reward of every decision I made, at least professionally. And looking back, it's a lot about this. It's a lot about me wanting to put as much money out there as possible versus having good track record. For example, school board, listening to the teachers, keeping them happy versus keeping the budgets, responsible and having more money for the teacher, the students. All these are conflicting forces, but you have to make rational decision and hear everybody and not come with any kind of preconceived notions, and think about all different sides and opinions. And I think that, to me, is a valuable tool as a board member, being able to listen, hear a different perspective, and make a rational decision and have reasons, valid reasons why we made that decision.
Yeah.
I think is important.
Yeah, I think that is. I think that people can accept not getting their way.
Yeah.
But there's two conditions that go by that. People accept that, I think, in the long run, as long as they feel they've had their say, they've given an opportunity to have voice, or that they have their say, and that there's a rationale for going the other way. Doesn't make you happier not to get, I want this, and, but in the long run, I think most people will accept those kinds of things, but they need to be presented with a good point. Anybody else at all? Lunch is ready. We're going to stop in just a minute, but I want to share real quickly mine. But Kimberly, did you have anything that struck you in that book?
Nothing that hasn't been mentioned.
Good.
I appreciate the opportunity to delve into this.
Great. The only thing I wanted to add, thanks, Kim. The only thing I wanted to add was I was struck also. Did you see my John McCain, Barack Obama thing in there? Did you see that's where I grabbed it from? I on page 11, they talked about the 3 conditions that make paradoxes more salient. Change, scarcity, and plurality. So I thought that was insightful. I like that these paradoxes that we deal with often are not the same, pending how quickly things are changing. So I really like that. And on page 13, it talked about moving from a label to an approach. Instead of labeling things, that we need to move to an approach, and I like that.
Yeah.
Now, my last question, and then we eat, and that is anyone encouraged? Are you encouraged at this point to possibly start? See, I can't say finish because, as John Lovett said, I don't know whether I like it or not, but do you think you're encouraged to start?
It's a good introduction.
What?
It's a good introduction.
Okay, good. Thank you. All righty, well, that is the
I'm
morning.
gonna just add, one last thought, and it was when I read the first on page 6, when it gets to the start of the paragraph, from either or, thinking to both, and thinking. My first thought was, do you end up spreading yourself too thin? Which I think we'll get to in the examples, and then the conclusions of kind of how they work through that. But that was sort of like, well, yeah, you want to incorporate all of it, but
that is
again,
true.
it's the balance.
As efficient.
And do not do it as
or effectively.
Right. You've taken on too much.
Yeah.
And Sharon, one of the things that will come out is you can't do everything. As much as we want to, you can't. Because if you try to do everything, you end up, something falls off that apple cart. You need people, and we're going to get into that in the second session, where we talk about the how, the what, the when, the where, because someone needs to do that work. And you just can't do everything. You need to be cognizant of prioritization and balance. And those things will come out, when we talk a little bit in the afternoon. That's good. During lunch, I'll share with you, I told you I had a little bit of a Christmas Hanukkah story that I'll share that I experienced when I was a first-year principal that has been blazoned into my mind, never to do that again. But I'll share that story over lunch.
All right, so it sounds like we have an hour for lunch. Are we in agreement with that, or do we want to start promptly at 1 p.m.?
I would start promptly at 1. It's
Okay.
12:50. Is that?
Do we agree with that?
I mean, it's.
Does that work?
Sorry,
I can do it either way.
12:10.
All right, so we will adjourn the meeting till 1 p.m. Thank you.
Now I got to deal with.
All righty. Yeah, but that's very true. It goes to the tone of, of just trying to understand where people are coming from, because this thing, and I know I'm violating this a little bit, Michelle, I'm sorry, but.
Well, let me reopen the meeting.
The camera is rolling.
Camera's rolling. Okay, so we're reopening the meeting, 101.
Good.
Here we go.
Very, very good.
Thank you, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it is just something that led me to believe that I better be a better listener and there's a different way. And this year, Leadership Associates for the first time decided to send out holiday cards, you know, to all of our clients and whatever. We had never done that before. And they sent the draft of the card to me. Then it says, Mark, you better take a look at it to make sure there's nothing offensive on it. And I said, I'm past that. I'm past that. It's really, you know,
Wonderful.
interesting.
All right.
Okay, here we go. Everyone, if you would, turn to Building Our Community 2. And let me just get my notes together here. There we go. Learning from text, building. On this personal history exercise, to build trust within our group, please use this opportunity to demonstrate vulnerability in a low-risk way and help our group understand one another at a fundamental level in order to avoid making false attributions about behaviors and intentions. Be prepared to share your answers with your colleagues. So there's three questions here that I'd like you to read, that I'd like you to look at. So the first one here is, where did you grow up and what influence has this had on your personal and professional perspectives? We touched upon it already, a little bit about where you grew up. So I want you to focus on where you grew up and whether the place where you grew up might have influenced a little bit about where you are. How many siblings do you have and where do you fall in that order? And how does that influence your thinking? And please describe a unique or interesting challenge from your childhood. So again, just finishing it up with building the community. So before we get into the learning from text 2 and then to that big major part about bringing our work into the room, what I'd like you to do is take a moment to just jot down. We do these in partners, but we're such a small group that if you just jot it down, give me an answer to those three questions. So where did you grow up and whether it had an influence? How many siblings? Is there anyone who's an only child? Oh, we have an only child. That would be an interesting, I'm listening, Yun Hee, as to what that, has that had an impact?
Yes, it has.
I bet you it has.
Yeah.
Good. And then a unique or interesting challenge from your childhood.
feel like another tsunami is coming.
I know.
Now I'm like, let's have this outside.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it in your eyes, though? Should we pull the shade a little bit?
Do you want me to-
Okay.
Oh, is there a halo around me?
Yeah, but it's not
Good.
quite.
Take a picture
Those
and show
implications
it.
are-
I want you to send it to Linda, my wife.
Right,
She'll
right.
say, no, that was a setup. Yeah, she will believe. Yeah,
It's not so bad yet.
Well, tell me if you want me to pull the shades.
yeah, we need to pull it. We'll do it.
So our eyes are not used to the sun. I think.
What is that
How
thing?
many days of? Gosh, it's supposed to rain forever and ever and ever.
Oh, yeah? When is it supposed to come in?
Today, and then it's supposed
Like
to come
tonight?
again. And then if you read any kind of weather forecast, rain and rain and rain.
Well, I'm here until Tuesday, I want you to know, but I've got to get out Tuesday, so I hope I don't get, I might be knocking on your door. I've got to get out Tuesday. Talking about getting out, I know people that were involved in that, you know, the Southwest fiasco. And they were,
Are they still stuck?
yeah, we had friends down south and they came up here to spend the holidays with their children and he couldn't get back home. And even rent a car, he was gonna rent a car, but all the cars were taken. There was no cars.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people who did that, like, they got stuck somewhere and then rented a car and drove
Right.
ridiculous amounts.
Ridiculous amounts. They're gonna,
It's terrible.
yeah, it's terrible.
And I don't think they've ever fixed it, right? Like, they still just have to completely.
Well, I came up with Southwest and they told me it was all fixed, but
Yeah, they're saying
I didn't have any problem getting here at all. I just,
Are we all done with our assignment?
oh, you are a taskmaster.
Yes, I'm trying to keep us on.
Yeah, and I think thank you very much.
You're
Michelle.
welcome.
I need that.
That's okay,
So
yes.
you always
I'm-
need to
I'm
stay
with
right
you.
by me.
Team.
You
Go
are.
team.
Is everyone done? Everyone got this done? Okay. Okay, now again, this is personal histories, learning a little bit about ourselves, what our value system is, whatever, because you need to know those things when you're a team. So, Michelle, why don't we start with you? Let's go
Okay.
back the other way this time.
Sure.
Question number 1, 2, and 3. Where did you grow up?
Grew up here in Mill Valley from the age of 4 until 21, and then came back as a 40-year-old and a single parent. So I've spent a lot of time in this town, and it's shaped me. And I grew up in the age of that Mill Valley song that's just now celebrated its 50th anniversary. That was Mill Valley, and there's still elements of it, though it has certainly mushroomed in size. It's a place where people weren't afraid to smile and stop and talk with you a while. And you can be as friendly as you want to be. Mill Valley, you know? And that really did, that was in our public school system. It was actually a 4th grade teacher, you may not have known that created this song in a community that was, full of musicians and singers, so it was a national sensation. And on a personal, professional level, I really think the arts focus and its importance, not only have I lived that, but I've seen its impact on this community and the uniqueness of the art and talented people that have come out of Mill Valley Public Schools. So a focus also on the whole child. I'm not saying that my elementary school experience focused on the whole child at my point in the Mill Valley District, but I think there were tenets of it, and I do believe that when my daughter went through the school district, there were many more supports for her as an only child and a single mother to deal with some of the social, emotional components of being a student that you mentioned. I have two siblings, so 3 girls, and I'm the oldest. And I think being the oldest has definitely influenced who I am, because I was raised by the oldest, a mother who's the oldest. And so how's that impacted me is that we blaze the trail and we hold the hands of others. That has been my upbringing training, and it resonated with me. And also, sometimes our greatest strengths are our greatest weaknesses, but I think partly it's also impacted that we don't show weakness We've got to, kind of have it together for the others, and so there's some brittleness to that, I think, too. But again, sometimes our greatest strengths and weaknesses we can work on making stronger. So, a unique or interesting challenge from my childhood, I think I mentioned just having two different colored eyes, and as a child, differentiation can be painful. It's just, I think, the human process. Maybe it's grounded in the cycle of life of all species, that if you're different, then you're not part of the pack. But at the same time, growing up in a community like this, uniqueness is kind of a defining feature of our town. And we had performance artists here when I was a child, living in town, and were accepted. So it also being a strength, and then also being, as a child, my parents divorced, and kind of that unsettlingness of having a very stable, secure childhood. And that was a challenge, but it's also, I think, brought me a great awareness and empathy for others, as sometimes our pain can help us to pave the way for others who are experiencing painful experiences. So that's my personal history.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
That's very nice. That's great. And you mentioned the two colored eyes. I hadn't I notice it now that you brought it to our attention.
Because of the color, because the lighting is coming in, you'll definitely see it now. Yes.
I would look upon that as sort of a uniqueness that no one else. It could make you famous.
It already has.
Oh.
Just as a
David Bowie.
me and David Bowie and your Huskies, but again, as a child, I think it's important as a board member to remember that it's in finding that your uniqueness is your strength.
Yeah.
When in childhood, it is often something that we have to address because we get torn down and ostracized for it, right? So it becomes my superpower. It is my superpower.
Gosh, I would look at it as superpower.
And my students reminded me all the time that it is my superpower. And just very briefly, I even
One is you can see through things with one of them. That's what I'm told.
well, as a child, I just stood up for myself. But as an adult, I actually got a letter from a student. I've had one student in my 18 years who had two different colored eyes, and she wrote back to me 10 years later, kind of how you impact people, about how I helped her through her own uniqueness and all of that. It was very powerful and moving. I still have that letter. So she's better for it, and so am I.
Good. Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for
Thank
sharing.
you.
Sharon.
So I grew up in Torrance, California, Southern California, my entire birth till I left for college. It's kind of difficult to say how that has impacted my personal and professional perspectives. I will say that fourth generation Californian, so I'm very Californian, if that makes sense. And growing up in Los Angeles County or LA County, I didn't grow up with the notion that you were from the Valley, or you were from Orange County, or you're from the beach counties, or you were Inland Empire, or anything. I knew those areas, but it never occurred to me that it might affect your thought process or behaviors or anything like that. So, and it wasn't until I left LA County to kind of take a step back and look at and then now you can kind of understand dynamics in Orange County, for example, versus LA County or San Diego County or anything. But I have one older sister, but I'm the youngest on both sides of my two families, with 10 cousins total in the two families, up until I was a teenager, and then there was another cousin. But I think that influenced who I am, because I kind of grew up with everyone doing things for me. So I grew up with less of a worry and not so much of a, taking the charge as the oldest sibling or the oldest cousin or anything. So my sister and my parents both have always had high blood pressure, and I have not. And I always think it's a little bit further, because genetically on both sides there's high blood pressure, but I don't know what happened. A unique experience from my childhood is something that, to me, that wasn't unique growing up, but I realize is unique now. So I'm sharing it. Torrance is a very heavily Japanese American community. There's Japanese language schools, and all my friends were Japanese. We all had to go to Japanese school after regular school every single day, and I dreaded it, hated it. The teachers were not teachers, they were Japanese-speaking people. So some of them could probably actually teach, although no one actually ever took a course in teaching. Half the kids were children from Japan, because in Torrance was headquartered Toyota, Honda, Isuzu at the time. There's just, all the car manufacturers had their headquarters, their American headquarters in the South Bay. All those kids born in Japan could only speak Japanese, ended up going to the same school because their parents wanted to maintain language. So half the kids could understand everything the teacher said and do all the work and read and write perfectly. The other half, which is my friends and I, were just like, so it was, I hated it. I absolutely hated it. But I realize now, it's like, and when I explain that experience to other people, they don't, it's kind of rare when I meet someone who's had similar experience in maybe a different language or something.
Very interesting.
That's funny, because I remember taking Farsi classes here in Marin, and I hated it, and I was terrible at it, and now I'm like, when can I start my kids in it? Because, you want the culture to stay, but I'm sure I'm going to have the same battles. I'll just be like, no, I totally stuck with it. I don't know what we're talking about. I grew up in a couple different places, Marin, South Bay, East Coast. And I think it was great because they were very different communities in terms of diversity. Some were not at all diverse, some were incredibly diverse, and both socioeconomically and racially, and so I think that's, it's been really interesting, and just, the mannerisms and cultures of even your own little community that you don't realize until you leave, and then you're like, oh wow, that was really East Coast or Californian or whatever, so I thought that was, it was a cool perspective. I'd rather not share specifics on my family given the, public forum, but I do have siblings, I have big family, I adore family, that's probably why I have 3 kids. I just like the chaos of lots of family all the time. Probably too much, but I like it. Unique or interesting challenge. What, the lack of diversity when you are an immigrant or an English learner can really come into play in your interactions and fitting in. And I think that's something I've always been kind of mindful of, because, when I was on the East Coast, it was a much more diverse community where it wasn't expected, like, oh, everyone knows that's just what you do. And then coming in California, there were times where it just felt like, maybe it was multi-generational families in that same community, so there was just the sense of like, oh, well, everyone knows you do this sport or do that, and that not everyone always knows that. And I think that's was sometimes a challenge. Obviously, it's just one of those things. I think it's helpful to be mindful of that. Not everyone comes into a community knowing all the ways, and it's not always, so it's helpful to, it was a challenge, but it's also something helpful to recognize when you're in this position.
Very true. Ellie, do your children go to Farsi?
No, I haven't started them yet. My mom and my uncle, and like they've started kind of helping them, and they can do their names, but it's another one on my list of like things I want to get them into that I'm gonna have to fight that battle, I'm sure.
I think there's commonalities with whether it's Japanese or whether it's Farsi or whether it's Hebrew or whether it's this resistance about, why do I have to do it? David isn't doing it. My mother would like, David's not my son. You're my son and you're doing it. Very good. Natalie.
So I grew up in Cincinnati, Ohio, so Ohio commonality. With Cincinnati, it's, I grew up as a conservative Jew, but it's the birthplace of Reform Judaism.
Were you in college?
so big Jewish community there, and started out because my parents were immigrants and refugees from what's now Ukraine, and so they couldn't openly observe their religion, and so also went to Jewish school, learned Hebrew, and it was also, although there it was more like your friends are doing it, and so I think it was more natural to do it at that time. But I have that same feeling about my kids, where it's like, well, we have to continue this. But I think there was a very diverse community, especially in the public school system where I was, and socioeconomically, racially, and so I think kind of probably took for granted that that you, as much as it was in some ways very cushioned in suburbia, that I've taken for granted as an adult now, looking back, like, oh, that was really nice. And sometimes you find pockets like around here where it's like, if it's important to you, you have to actively seek it out, and it's not just built in that you're going to get exposure to a breadth of people, backgrounds, cultures. I am the middle of 3 girls, so I am the peacemaker. It's definitely influenced my my career. I was a philosophy major. Like, everything has been about like making sure that there's balance and reasoning, and and I think that also with being the middle child, I learned to not vie for attention, that I'm not the person who's going to be kind of speaking up and jumping into the middle of things and trying to stand out all the time, that it's, I'm gonna put my head down and I'm gonna do my work and I'm gonna do it well, and then hopefully get good grades and let that speak for, speak for me, because it was the older one's the older one, and they're getting in trouble or doing something first, and so they get the attention, or it's the baby, and so I just became very studious as a result. And I'm going to pass on the unique or interesting challenge from childhood.
Okay, very good. Let me ask you, where'd you go to college?
Emory in Atlanta.
You went to Emory University. Yeah. My daughter went to Emory University.
Oh, really?
Right. She, for a long time, she had made up her mind she was going to go to Cornell. And we went there to visit, and it happened, because we did our school visits. They were on 2 successive weekends, so we flew out to New York, and it was a very, very cold day, and she's a California girl, and she walked out of the airport and looked at me and said, I can't believe it's this cold. And she says, it's like we just walked into a freezer. And so we did our tour and all the things, and then we came back, and then the following week we went to Emory, and it happened to be one of those beautiful spring days with the tulips. It was still February, but it was an early, and she just fell in love with Emory, and went there. That's a great school. Very good.
I wanted to get away from where all of my classmates were going, and so I escaped to the South. So.
Excellent school. I must say they have a great deal of the ECHR money there, I want you to know, in the form of tuition. And all I got for it was a picture of Emory and the gates, the Emory gates right there, that are on our wall. And that's all I got for it.
And the memory of the tulips.
And the memory of tulip. But it was a wonderful, wonderful place. And you probably maintain your friends from there too, don't you? Didn't you have classmates there? And they just seem to have a close relationship as far as that goes. Good, excellent. Yeon-hee.
So in my young childhood, I grew up in Korea, Seoul, in a big family because my mom lived with my grandparents, so lots of relatives, lots of family. So even though I was an only child, I never felt like I was an only child. I'm really close to my cousins. And then I moved to Chicago to start the middle school, and it was a very, very different culture, obviously, so much diversity. I grew up in downtown Chicago, which at the time was interesting because there was super wealthy, very Jewish Gold Coast, And then there was community green housing projects. So I went to public school where in my elementary school was a mix of all that. High school was also a mix of all that. My friend's sister used to make fun of my friendship group as, United Nations because, my best friend was Serbian. My second best friend was Ukrainian Jew. There was somebody from, Africa in our group, friendship group. I mean, it was very racially, socioeconomically diverse, which I think has really added richness to childhood that my son now lacks. And I'm an only child, and I'm also the oldest of all my cousins. So, and I'm very, very close to my cousins, and a lot of them live in California. What that made me is I'm very responsible. I can be inflexible in my thinking, but I think through my career making investments, I've learned to really work hard to change that inflexibility because my livelihood depended on it. But what I've noticed is I've been reading, my son is also an only child, so I've been doing a lot of reading on it. It's only children tend to be a little bit risk averse. And so we really have to push our boundaries and work hard at it. And we tend to be divas, I tend to boss around also because I'm the oldest. But we are very aware of what our shortcomings are. Unique, interesting challenge from my childhood. I was raised by my mother, and then my mom left to come here early, my parents, and I was raised by my grandparents. And what that did to me was my mom was very hands-on. You do really well at school, constantly make me study, nagging parents to very neglectful. Not neglect, my grandparents were very laissez-faire. So I was always a great student under my mom, and that was gone. And then I did really badly at school, the first test that I took after my mom left, and I had some pride in me. So it really taught me to study hard and push myself, to succeed, as opposed to having that external force telling me I have to do well at school. And so I think it gave me a lot of resilience having to go through that experience of being top of the class, my mom gone suddenly middle of the road and have to work my way up, And also I came here as a second English learner in middle school, and I went from being class president, smartest, to like somebody who couldn't speak the language. And I love books, I love learning, so I had to push myself to work so hard to learn English. And that also made me resilient because it kind of made me realize I could accomplish anything with hard work. And that was one experience that I learned. I think had I grown up under my mother, always telling me to study, I would have rebelled and I wouldn't have worked the value of just self-motivated hard work. And that experience of doing great, failing, pushing myself by myself without any external encouragement really helped me to be the person that I am. Otherwise, I would have just coasted.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Especially the comparison between being raised by your grandparents.
They were not academic. They were like, "Oh, you're perfect. You're great." To like my mom.
Well, that's what grandparents do.
Well, and then my mom was a type of mom. If you don't get perfect score or else, right? And so like I went to, I don't have to study, and then boom, it made me realize the value of hard work.
Yeah.
Yeah, like early. It's better to do that early than later.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It is. When you become a grandparent, you appreciate this because when you were a grandparent, I always tease my kids that I like my grandchildren a lot better than I like my kids.
Yeah.
And I'll be over at Jacqueline's house or Michael or Whitney, and they'll come down real hard on their kids. Like, no, Kate, you cannot go to you can't go to Michael's because you have homework to do. Because they're going to a movie, I'll do it when I get back. And so he'll walk up to me and I'll go, and I'll be thinking, I don't know what the problem is. If it was me, I'd let you go. This kind of thing. And all of a sudden I hear, Dad, don't get involved. Don't get involved. He's not going. Those things. So, very, very interesting.
No, it's interesting. My mom is like, she used to beat me if I didn't get perfect score, like with a stick.
Oh, wow.
On my calf. And to my son, it's like, oh, nowadays this is not how you raise children, and you can't be strict, and I'm just rolling my eyes going, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
mind your own business.
Yeah.
Interesting. Very true. Well, as you get older, and when you have grandchildren, you're going to change.
Yes.
I promise. Less on the line at that point, I guess. Kimberly.
Okay, so like Natalie, I grew up in Ohio, and we did this exercise with our diversity, equity, and inclusion work last year with parents and staff members in our community. And one important component when we think about where we're from is it is one of the ways people identify with who they are. And what came out from that discussion with other parents and teachers too was that even the other zip codes that you live in sometimes along the way, not just where you were raised, become part of who you are. It reminds me when you were speaking, Michelle, that I had the honor of interviewing Rita Abrams, who wrote the Mill Valley song. It has 2,500 views on YouTube for our district, and it was really fun to come together with actual current students who live here in Mill Valley, and they were able to interview her with me, and also some of her former students came on. And so we are all very much affected by where we live, and maybe not just in our childhood, but all the way through, and the experiences that has. It also reminded me when you were speaking that I went to Japanese school once as a teacher in Findlay. We had an industrial parkway, Tall Timbers, which was nearby, and so I actually had quite a few ESL students, English as second language learners, in my classroom every year, and I was always invited to the showcase that they would do for their classroom teachers from their school that they went to on Saturdays. And so again, when I think about my students and their experience, they would be in school with me all week long, and then on Saturday be in school again all day long, and so a really good opportunity to understand how that shapes others as well. I have a brother, and I get texts and pictures from him every day showcasing my nephew, and so we remain really close, and he's been a really important part of my life.
Wonderful. That is great. Well, let me just throw in a few regarding me. I grew up in beautiful downtown Burbank. Remember Laugh-In? Burbank, California.
Oh, yeah.
Burbank, California. Burbank, California is very unique in the sense that it is its own school district. Even though it's in LA County, it is not part of the LA Unified School District. There are certain districts in and around LA County that are not Culver City, Torrance, that would be part of LA County, are not. Burbank, Glendale, those school districts are not.
Santa Monica is a separate school district.
Santa Monica, Malibu is a separate school district as well. So there's a number of them around Beverly Hills. Is it separate school district?
Calabasas is separate.
Is what?
Calabasas.
Yeah, Calabasas though is out of LA County. I think it's in Ventura County.
Is Calabasas Ventura?
I believe I might be wrong. I'm not Yunhee, it might be on the very fringe of LA County. You're right.
I think it's LA County.
Maybe you're right.
I used to live in Topanga Canyon.
Yeah, maybe you're right. So I grew up in Burbank, not too far from Warner Brothers Studios that were there, off of Pass Avenue. My dad was a World War II fighter pilot. He flew P-51 Mustangs in World War II. He was a double ace, sort of war hero kind of thing. He then went on to fly F-100F and F-86s in Korea, and he retired when my mother gave him the ultimatum that it was either the Air Force or her. So enough, 2 wars, he's done. But the reason we moved there is my grandparents had lived in LA, and my mother's mother, her husband had died earlier, my grandfather had died earlier, had moved to Burbank, and so they moved there, and I grew up there. One of the things I remember from that is that it wasn't a very large Jewish community in Burbank. It was a blue-collar Lockheed aircraft. A lot of, people coming out of World War II would move to there, and so we would go to the Burbank Jewish Community Center, which was up in sort of the foothills. So I didn't know very many people, and I just remember that because ultimately we ended up moving to Northridge and Granada Hills, which was more into the LA Unified School District area. There were, when we, religious education, as an example, was more predominant with the people that lived around me versus this. That sort of stuck up. I remember hating Hebrew school. So, the point that you bring up about Japanese school or Farsi, I did not like going to Hebrew school. I'd rather play, Little League baseball and all that. And I remember in 1964, I was interestingly chosen to be on the Granada Hills All-Star team that ultimately ended up going all the way to Williamsburg, Pennsylvania, and winning. Was Mark Ecker on the team? No. I wasn't on the team, not because I wasn't selected, but my mother or my dad needed to sign a permission slip. And my mother asked, when are the practices? And I said, I believe they're Tuesday and Thursday. And she goes, well, you can't be on the team. And I said, why? She goes, because those are the days that you're going to Hebrew school. And I said, you've got to be joking. And she says, no, I'm not. I tried to get my father involved in this, and my father, like always, every good husband says, don't put me between you and your mother. I ended up not playing on the team, and the team went all the way to Williamsburg, Pennsylvania. I never let my mother, I kept on telling her, the reason there are very few Jewish athletes has nothing to do with talent, it has to do with our mothers. That is a reason why. And those are the things that sort of, come up when I think about what I remember most about this. One last thing about my mother, who I love very dearly. Unfortunately, my mom and dad are both passed away. But very, very good parents to me and my two siblings. I'm the oldest, and I do think there's an ultimate responsibility when you're the oldest. I don't know whether it's fair or not, but it seemed like there were more expectations on me than my brother, who was younger, and then my sister, who was the youngest of the three. But I had saved. I turned 15 and a half. I have a 15 and a half-year-old grandson right now. And I know because when I was 15 and a half and got my learner's permit, remember the learner's permit? I guess you still have them. We couldn't drive a car by ourselves, but we could ride a motorcycle, under a certain size. And I, along with several of our friends, had saved money up to buy a Honda 50. I don't know if you remember those little Honda 50s. It's almost like a motor scooter. You couldn't ride on the freeway. I saved my money up. I went to go and buy it. And of course, you needed your parents' permission in order for them to sell it to you. Not only the money, but your parents' permission. So I went to my mother, and I knew that if I said motorcycle, she would say no. But I said, it's like a motorbike. And she says, a motorbike? It has a motor? And I said, yeah, but it's a very small motor. She says, well, if it has a motor, it's a motorcycle. And I said, so if it's a motorcycle, it can't even go on the freeway, Mom. She says, no son of mine is going to ride a motorcycle. They're dangerous. You're going to get in trouble. You're going to fall down. You're going to get in an accident. And I've known many people that have been in motorcycle accidents. I never got that Honda 50. And to this day, I have never been on a motorcycle. Jeez. That's another thing that I blame my mother. No, I'm just teasing. But
these are interesting challenges.
They are interesting challenges to overcome.
And unique.
So if you want someone to take you on a motorcycle adventure, don't turn to me, because I've never been on a motorcycle. And the one last thing I remember is my mother spoke Yiddish. Is everyone familiar with the Yiddish line? Yiddish is not a live language per se because it's not spoken as a national language anyplace, but it's a cultural language. It has a lot of great meaning and love, and it's a richness to it. She would speak it, and the reason she learned it is because her grandfather, who came over from Lithuania, would only speak Yiddish to his grandchildren, to his children, because he was afraid that if he didn't speak Yiddish to them, they would forget it. And it wasn't something that it would end up dying. So that's how she learned it. But they used it, I remember, to speak so that we couldn't understand what they were saying. Now, do you remember these things?
I mean, my parents did that with Russian, but I guess my grandparents
Right.
speak Yiddish.
Yeah,
spoke Yiddish.
you know, and to me, today, I really believe, because I'm a very big advocate of language immersion schools. I think they are culturally wonderful, and I think I just feel that they should be in every district of various language immersion schools, not just for those who happen to speak that particular language, but for anyone to learn those things. I just think you're enriched the greater languages you speak. Someone who speaks 3 or 4 languages, or 2 languages for that matter, is so much more empowered than someone who only speaks 1. I've always believed that. But they spoke it not for those reasons. They spoke it so that we didn't understand what they were going to say. That's why, so that they can speak right openly in front of us, letting them know what terrible plans they had for us, or something like that. But it was a loving family relationship, but those are the things that I remember bringing out. All righty. So this is a little bit of just learning where you came from. See, I didn't have any idea of half. I didn't know that your Farsi is something your children should be looking forward to. And I didn't know, and Natalie, you went to Emory University, which, which is really great because we're big Emory fans. I mean, you learn a lot about where people are, and I didn't know that Sharon despised having to go to Japanese school.
That's with my friends.
You know, or what I mean, you just learn things about people that you don't normally, and these are individuals that you're going to make decisions on. Okay, what I'd like to do right now, I'm sort of looking at it, it's about 1:15. I'd like to get started on this because I'd like to give us a fair amount of time to bring our work into the room. That, I'd like to do some, activity with that. But I want to bring you to your second, research-based information. And so if you turn to page 11, this is a second learning from text kind of thing. And there are 3 pages here. It comes from, the contributing writer is Anna Suter. And these are some part of an article about what the school board members need to be effective, and then at the very end we've added what are some characteristics of an ineffective school board member. Can I give you a little bit of time to read? Just read over these 3 pages. And then what I'd like to do is just jump into a real quick activity where, you can, we can have a little bit of a discussion. But I'd like for you to share, to read over those right now. Sort of a just a hint to where we're going to go with this. What I'm going to be asking you to do is somewhat, number one, generally I'd be interested in your thoughts. As you know, are there things here that you agree with, or probably more importantly that you don't agree with or you don't understand? That would be it. But I'd like you to prioritize a little bit. Maybe there were several of the elements of effectiveness that are listed in here. Which are the ones that hit you the most? What do you think are most appropriate or relate to Mill Valley and where we are as a board right now? Maybe that can generate some kind of discussion. And then there's not a lot, but there's a few that are some indicators of ineffectiveness of board members, of ineffectiveness. One of them being, of course, that you're all volunteers, and sometimes volunteers take on duties and then within the back of their mind saying, that is always, volunteers are critically important, but the one thing you always have to deal with volunteers, sometimes you need volunteers to do their job. And especially in a school board, you need these, you as volunteers to do your job. And more often than not, quite frankly, more than you would think, there are several what I would call absentee board members. Not here, but we tend to see it where either they're not there physically or they're certainly not there emotionally. They're gone, they're not giving the preparation the time needed, and that ultimately hurts the whole team. And because they're volunteers, it's not like they're getting paid for it, so they're figuring, well, I get a pass. Well, this is, as I said, a holier than thou duty, because this board needs 5 functioning individuals working together to try to move it, to debate differences, to discuss different ideas, and to come together in one fashion, in hopefully a collaborative and a consensus manner. So, what are those things that you see here that struck you, that think are possibly, are there any that you feel sort of stand out more than others or not?
I like the, oh, go ahead, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
So, clear vision, you know, I just still don't know, you know, we all know what big vision is, but I would like to have a little bit more substantive discussion about vision and strategic planning for our district. Because for me, I mean, I read the strategic plan not created by Kimberly, but the board before Kimberly. And I feel like if you want a clear vision, it's not just sufficient to have a vision. You need to follow up and hold yourselves accountable. And I, you know, granted my son is only 3rd grade, so I may not know that much, but I don't know what the strategic vision of Mill Valley School District is. And I don't think it's anybody's fault. I mean, poor Kimberly came through the, you know, pandemic, and all the strategic vision was implemented by the previous superintendent. And since then, we've had so many crises to deal with, the fire danger, smoke, COVID, you know, but now things are settling down. I like this board to have clear understanding on what our strategic vision is. And I know that the next strategic vision is not until 2023, but I want us to all agree on what that should be, with Kimberly leading the way about what her vision is and what the district's vision is and where we need to go, because that is not clear to me.
I cannot agree more. I mean, I think I loved everything in this, actually. And honestly, this is almost where I wish we had started, because like these are values that I agree with. So I'd love to hear from others. But for the goal, you know, like for example, it talks about, you know, an effective board member looks at school practices and curriculum adjustments that will benefit the students, or there was I had lots of a school board prioritizes continual improvement, educational equity. I thought that was an incredibly important thing. And so I love these values, and I'd like to understand what our common goals are for, like, what do we want to continually improve on, and like what do we want to focus on, and what are the school practices and curriculum adjustments benefiting our students that we want to focus on. Like, agree, like loved all of this as a these align with my value system. I'd love to hear where others are, and then to that end,
I don't know this what
is
our
a very
goal is. I mean, I know.
I would third that sentence.
Yeah, we all want differentiated learning. We also want the, you know, give kids help whoever needed. And there's a great strategic plan that was done in 2018, but unfortunately that's gone, you know, that was formed by the old board, different times. And I like to, you know, I wonder why it wasn't revisited, and I'd like to know each year for us to set a goal and have a vision, and let's all kind of discuss with Kimberly and everybody else, like how could we continually improve, because that's what I've seen lacking.
And remember too, and many districts grapple with this. Many
Can we,
districts-
by the way, can we hear everybody and see if we see
I just
more
wanted to.
commonalities?
Oh, sure, but I just want, no, I was just responding to this, to the one. It's not to everyone, because there's a number of other thoughts. We've just gone through a pandemic, and many districts, it's not alone to Mill Valley, many districts are starting to look now at maybe re-looking at strategic initiatives because of the you spent the better part of 2 years dealing with an emergency.
Yeah.
Now where do you go from here? I'm sorry, Michelle,
No, it's
let's
okay.
go. You know,
I guess
Now-
just to add to that about using data to drive decisions. So then taking from that, if we are going to have these goals, look at the curriculum, whatever else the case might be, then it highlights that test scores, and as we all know, it's one data point, and I think there's a very strong voice about that in this community in particular. But then helping us to understand what are those additional data points, what else can we use, because if that's going to be set to the side as this is one data point, this shouldn't inform everything, great, what else can we use that is data focused to help with these decisions, because I think we want to be able to do that, but I think for many of us, like especially starting out on the board, don't necessarily know what that starting point
Right.
is, so would look to
Very good.
for support there.
Yeah, I've written that down there. And my only just quick comment as we continue around, and people who have shared might want to share again when everyone is done, going to Michelle's point, but there is more ways to judge academic success than test scores. I mean, data point is becoming very, very closely looked at, because as we know, only one measurement doesn't tell you the health of an individual.
Yes.
We don't use just one measurement to determine our own health. We wouldn't ask that we do that to the health of the district. We need to look at a lot of data points.
So I would add that I feel that, I think most of us went through many, or at least the new board members went through many board governance workshops. So this is, fortunately, I think that none of this is new information to us, and I would say it's, repeated. It's also, in that book, How Not to Be a Terrible School Board Member,
Right.
talking
Yeah.
about the good practices and, what not to do. For me, and then going back to when you advocate for your example, when you advocate for one stakeholder group, it doesn't mean you're advocating against the other stakeholder
Right.
groups. So by me saying the first three are the ones that really ring true for me, that doesn't mean that the other, 16 points aren't as important or something. For me, it's really this first page. But to Yunhee's point, I think it's probably a separate workshop too. Establish
Just
vision.
strategic,
Yeah.
we need to come up with what we are all looking
And that we
for.
all completely understand.
We have the
and
same
can
vision.
give it.
Absolutely.
And I
Good,
guess,
very good.
I wonder if that kind of begs the question of how does this tie into a standard process for developing a strategic plan? Is it typical that, obviously the last few years have thrown everybody for a loop, but is it typical that a strategic plan would then be for 2018 to 2023, that it is for that 5-year period, and then you revisit at that point? Or is it something that on an annual basis you are looking back and realigning and saying, does this still make sense? Where do we need to pivot?
Right. In response to that, putting a strategic plan together is a lot of work.
Yeah.
Doing it every year might be a little much. It doesn't mean that it doesn't take quirks that you would need to make. But I would say over a period of time, going too long, what you want is a strategic plan to be something that people focus in on. You don't want them to lose interest in it.
No.
When something is sitting on a wall for 5 years, sometimes people take it for granted like wallpaper. And, so I would say a certain period, I think a 3 to 4, 3 to 5, but I wouldn't go lengthy, 6, 7, 8 year plans, because things change.
Yes.
So, and doing a good job on it involves all your stakeholder groups inputting together. There are strategies by which you can put strategic plans together, but the first would be prioritizing what are your interests and where do you want to go? Looking at your data and saying to yourself, where do you want to go? Some plans focus in on some things more than others. There are some districts that have put a heavy focus on social emotional learning because they've seen too much damage as a result of what occurred during the pandemic, and they put a lot of focus on this. Some boards will focus much more on community input, and they build it around the LCAP, where, they want to build a process where all of the stakeholders, the parents and the community, and even the non-parents have a say, the teachers, the classified staff. Some focus in on subject area expertise. Some feel that they have not done a good enough job with teaching mathematics, as an example, and they feel that they've fallen behind on that. So it all depends on where you are, and it involves gathering data and deciding, knowing you can't do everything. You've got to prioritize.
So our district, the current strategic plan was implemented and created by Kimberly's, the superintendent before Kimberly. So Kimberly never got to have her stamp on it. and I felt like over the last 4 years I've been part of Mill Valley School District, I think the right thing would have been to revisit that and have Kimberly and the board kind of have at least merit one discussion a year on where we are, per the strategic plan. And it was obvious so much work was put into that, and I'm disappointed that that kind of has gone sideways. And the prior board did not focus so much on it. I mean, I totally understand why it happened, but it would be nice for Kimberly to have her stamp on what she, feels that our district should go, and for us to agree on that and create something that's viable.
I think it's also the benefit of the conversation with the stakeholders who created that, because it wasn't created just by the former superintendent, but by the conversations from the community and the teachers, and I think that would be very valuable.
And Dr. Berman, can you help inform us on upcoming timeline? Is there something that we maybe would be doing as a special aside now if it seems like an urgent priority, or is there something just around the corner coming up with the LCAP, I guess to your point, Mark, about the LCAP discussions and community involvement? What is the typical timeline for that, so we can kind of weigh what the options are and whether it makes sense to prioritize immediately or?
Yeah, good question. The plan is set to expire in June of 2023 this year, and so the administrative council team and the LCAP team will be finalizing all of the reporting structures that are already within the plan here in the upcoming meetings that are set for LCAP. And so that has already been charted out. The administrative council team has looked at it extensively over this past fall to put in all of the updates to point to say where the district has come in relation to the goals that were previously set. The LCAP cycle is set to be discussed and the goals to be considered this spring, and a new LCAP update will be provided to the district in June. That would be the best time to start thinking about what has been accomplished in both of those plans, how they connect, and then form the stakeholder group with the teachers at the forefront of that and our parents' voice at the table to think about goals, and for the board to be informed fully as to what those recommendations are.
So it sounds like this is an opportune moment to start thinking about that and engaging the community, because I think a lot of communication has been coming out about the LCAP sessions that are coming up, but not necessarily community awareness of what impact it can have. And so I'm curious if there are thoughts from other board members or from you about what we can and should be doing to be able to start that process and drum up that community involvement to make it robust and ensure that the vision going forward is what it should be in pulling in those voices.
Can I interject there, because and then I'll share my piece, because I think this gets at the crux of potentially the next activity, and that the LCAP, the strategic plan, they all align with me. I'm a 100% believer that you need the vision first, and I think that you need the vision that ties to our strategic plan, but you also need a governing board vision, and I think that's what this speaks to. And They must be aligned, but also there's a unique factor that our board, as going back to Ellie's first concern about this day, I really feel it's critical that this board be clear on our role in the greater scheme of things, and that's our vision. And that needs to be fleshed out, I think, in a facilitated way. But so vision, because we don't have a common vision right now. It's not been articulated. So I've heard loud and clear vision. The second is accountability, and that ties into data. And I heard tracking, performance, continuous improvement. But I want to bring in a very critical piece is I've learned along my trajectory as an educator is, are we measuring what matters? See, we have the state that tells us what matters is a standardized test. We, as a locally controlled body, can decide what matters. And because the strategic plan is up, gives us, as a group, a really historic opportunity to get the different perspectives from board members, the community, our teachers, to stake a claim, be transformative, get into that cycle of tension around, in the next 3 to 5 years, what are going to be our roadmaps of accountability that we hold everybody from janitor to board member accountable for our students, and really push those markers with the students in mind. So I think that we talked about communities, but I wanted to echo, Kimberly, what you said is that it's critical that we get all those stakeholders' voices, and we're really fortunate to have this strategic plan expiring in June. It's actually, we as a board, and you're asking really good questions, we can probably in other study sessions, because, correct me if I'm wrong, as our facilitator, we have the business of the board. And the business of the board is very clear. This is more strategic planning, and maybe, this would fall outside with hopefully more community involvement in these kinds of processes that we could do with you, Mark, if our team agrees to continue with this kind of work. But I see too that one thing we're forgetting, and this does highlight, is policies. Policies is where our superpower is as a board, that we establish policies, we develop them as a team, and they are to be locally anchored, so rather, and I think that we can develop a practice of that, and it could be that, again, to do that properly might be study session for some that really will anchor our governance work, because context, 20 years of no policies being approved. We had, what was it, 1,300 policies that you revisited?
I think it was 1,300 pages.
1,300 pages. So we, fleshing that out, but not forgetting that at the kind of like the roots of our work are our policies, as well as, I think, our strategic.
Well, that goes to the core of what a board's role is. As you know, one of the board roles is to develop policy. That's what boards do. That's what governing teams do. And doing it as a total group with the superintendent. Remember, you have a 6-member team. Governance is defined in Ed Code as a team of school board members and the superintendent. So, going to your point, Michelle, it's right on. And the timing, to a great extent, the fact that the plan expires in June 23, gives you a really great opportunity this winter spring, to begin working on its replacement, so that it goes to clarity. It represents the consensus of where you as a board would like to see this district focus on as we turn into 23-24.
And piggybacking, if I may, on Kimberly's comments and others historically, and just what we've heard, is to be mindful that we have an 18 through 23, a tradition, a stability factor, if you will, with the strategic plan, whether it was actually revisited or came alive or held accountable, there were some missing links. But to be mindful, again, that I think thank you for this book, and the logic behind it is that I think the potential for us to truly, again, transformative would be to be actively transparent about the tension in changing this, and also understanding a little bit more who are those stakeholders that we don't even know created this, and do they live in our community today? Because they're going to want to be involved, so we might have some digging to do to bring them along. Because it's a very comprehensive document. I'd recommend, encourage you to look at it with many other ways to hold our community and the board accountable that were just never exercised. I mean, there's a whole list of more kind of qualitative evaluations of students and staff and so on. So it's
Now,
actually.
what document are you referring to?
It's our strategic plan.
The current 18 to 23
Yes,
strategic
very
plan.
comprehensive. And we have been relying on our LCAP because that's been the state, kind of a state shift that happened in 2018, was it, I think? Kind of, the LCAP came, before 2018? 14.
Yeah.
But many districts, including our sister districts, have strategic plans.
Yeah.
That are companion documents
Right.
to the LCAP.
And mind you, as you well know, there are strategic plans that are effective, and there's strategic plans that are basically, how can I say it in a nice way? No one knows about them. I mean, it's like, you should be able, if you wanted to identify the 3 or 5 specific strategic directions of a district, if you effectively do it, anyone in the district, certainly who's involved, your teachers, your classified staff, your administrators, your parents, certainly your active parents, should be able to verbalize those. They should see them. They should know whether they agree or not. And going to Natalie's point about how long, here you had a 5-year plan, 18. In 2018, I would assume it was started in the early part of 2018, maybe even earlier to develop it. Who would have guessed that the pandemic would come around in 2019? Who would have guessed? No one. And that just sort of throws those kinds of things out of kilter, because all of a sudden, you're not dealing with the math program. You're not dealing with community engagement. You're dealing with mask mandates and vaccine mandates and all of these rules coming down about what you can and can't do. You're dealing with board meetings that are filled with angry individuals who, for one reason or another, are holding you accountable for the, crisis that you're in right now. Who would have guessed that?
I felt like one criticism I have for the former, the last strategic goal was it was just so broad.
Right.
Through everything, and the kitchen sink, perfect social emotional learning, global studies,
But
increased goal. I mean, it just.
Yan-Hee, what a lot of districts do to try to avoid that is they might have a global look
Yeah.
at these, which would be global, but then they have strategic objectives underneath that.
Yeah.
They try to make it specific enough where it's not, here are our 237 strategic objectives. Reminds me of the 613 mitzvot.
Yeah.
Who would know those? But that's sort of an inside joke. With
Yeah. I mean, it
what
was-
we're required to do. There's only 613, and I'm sitting there saying, yeah, well, who's going to remember all of those? The bottom line with the school board needs to identify things that that are doable.
Yeah.
And so, bringing them down and putting those, what does it mean to be globally aware? To have a global
Study.
education?
Yeah.
Or what does it, what does it mean, social emotional learning? What are you specifically talking, well, underneath that you can list some more specific objectives?
Yeah, I mean, and something like global studies went out the door when
Right.
the pandemic hit because we wanted to focus on the core stuff.
Yeah.
But if you read it, it's such a disconnect between that plan and what we are doing. And I think, to be transparent and to be accountable, you need to at least have once a year discussion of where we are versus what we want and what our goal is, and communicate clearly to all the community members, this is not doable, so we decided to change. Instead, we're going to focus on this. At
Yeah,
least short term.
exactly.
Yeah.
I also want to add, I think part of the challenge when you're in a pandemic, it was a good learning exercise. I think we need to treat our children's education as an imperative, and every day
Yeah.
we need to be giving them high-level instruction. And so our strategic plan needs to be a living document that we are holding ourselves accountable in that tension every day, because our children are with us for such a short amount of time, and they deserve us to be very to be very engaged no matter what comes at us. I think that is our charge. I think
I
we
wrote
have to.
that down. We've got to be better tomorrow than we are today. Like, we really,
Yes.
it can't be like 6 months from now, 3 years from now. We have to have ways that there's such a short time. We can't keep pushing things
And I don't
off.
want to say I may be coming from a harder edge here, but I really want to hear us say, doesn't matter, we have a pandemic, doesn't matter. How are we going to, we've got our goals, everybody knows them, we say them repetitively, our children hold us accountable to it. We work through the fear, panic, and because this is the kind of world we're starting to live in, and I think we have a responsibility to our children to be role models for this, because this is our new world, right? Here we are with just what we've experienced today, January 6th, 2 years ago. So let's embrace this tension. Let's embrace and stand up and hold each other accountable for that. It's hard work. It means we got to get up in the morning and prioritize some energy for this work. Like you said, in the mix of all these challenges we each individually face. But I think that we'll get back to our vision. And then I think it's critical that we don't make excuses.
I agree.
For
And to
ourselves.
Ellie's point regarding the continuous, let's just face it, we're not going to be perfect the first crack at the ball. I mean, if I'm going to stand at the plate and try to hit a ball, I might miss it the first 100 times. I don't know. The goal is to eventually hit it. And this districts, you can see, you can feel districts that are committed to continuous improvement. Deming's, change philosophy of continuous improvement. Be committed to getting better. And it may not happen right away, but, but it will if you're committed to it. And I like the idea of using this time as a great opportunity to do what you feel that doesn't exist right now and bring it up to date. Clarity for people. I'd much rather have someone disagree with something they understand than not understand anything that you're trying to say.
I don't understand what our district vision is currently. I mean, as running it, I see differentiated learning, challenging kids, educational equity. I don't know if we're all talking about the same thing and exactly what that means to us. And as a board, how we should make sure our students get that.
Right, there's no question. And yet, you look at, your district's performance as compared to other districts. Remember, there's over 1,000 districts. Mill Valley is looked on as one of the elites in the state. So, that's nice to know. And a lot of it is the work that you do. Remember, not all the work you do is bad work.
But you can't be complacent.
You can't be complacent, exactly.
I feel like...
But it's due to the good work that has been done. You got to honor the past and continue moving to improve. That's what you got to do. It doesn't help, to try to find fault. It helps more to recognize where you're at right now and the position it puts you in for the future, especially with strong, leadership.
So I feel like there's a fine balance between creating a well-rounded child versus, East Bay, South Bay like competitiveness, and you have to achieve a balance of place. And I feel like some of us in Marin can be rather complacent in thinking, oh, we are from Marin, can't be better. So I just would like to address that balance.
I agree.
I don't want us to be East Bay or South Bay, but I think, we need to have a little bit more sense of urgency about how to continuously improve.
Yeah.
So not that I'm looking for any kind of schedule, because we're just talking about this now, but logistics-wise, are we looking at another board workshop to do this, or is it a separate workshop with
strategic?
Well,
two board, a board member, two, or you, I don't know.
yeah. Well, let me just throw out a suggestion. The work, what we're going to transition to, right after we do take a break, is to give ourselves a good enough time to bring our work into the room. So much of what you're talking about, what I'm hearing you talk about, are some priorities that you'd like to focus on. One priority that's clearly has arisen is a need to create a strategic vision for this district. There might be other things you want to bring up. We're going to do that next. That's what we're going to do. You're going to get a chance to prioritize those things. Before we leave today, it would be good to maybe reach some consensus as to where do you want to go from here, which answers, Sharon, I think your question about how do we do it, when do we do it, who's going to do it. Those are the kinds of questions that are going to surround that starburst activity that we're going to do.
Great.
Because you're going to have to identify who, what, when, how, and why.
So shall we take a 10-minute break now?
As long as everyone has had their say over this.
Yes.
I didn't want to cut anybody off.
Well, and also to Michelle's point of view, I feel like if we have a shared vision that we all passionately agree on, you know, like policy, everything else becomes a necessary tool. So
Right.
it's easier to make, you know, like a compromise and agree on how we proceed.
Right.
So, yeah.
That is great.
Yeah.
So did you find this research, this information helpful?
Yes.
Yes, and very helpful to launching off to the next.
Yes, it's a perfect launching off point to the starburst. You know,
it's
to
a
the
great anticipatory
what I call
set.
we call the 35.
Yes.
You'll find out why it's called the 35, and the starburst activity. So if you're comfortable with that, I just felt it was one thing that we added to this toward the end, our third meeting of planning, that I just thought would be helpful in making this transition. I don't know, Kimberly, did you have any thoughts before we stop regarding these board effectiveness statements?
Nothing more.
Okay.
And so another thing I like to understand is I like to understand Kimberly's vision for the district
Yeah.
as well,
I was
because,
gonna say the same.
yeah, because we want you to drive
Right.
it. And-
Right, exactly.
And I think we need to understand your visions, and then so that we could
Right.
all agree upon it. Or,
And I must tell you that successful strategic plans that do get implemented in an effective way require two elements. One, it requires a board's commitment to develop those priorities, but it most importantly requires the strength, the skill, the endurance of your leader.
Yes.
And the organizational skills that Kimberly brings, the focus, the intellect, you know, those kinds of things a successful plan needs. It doesn't happen without her. I don't mean to put weight on your shoulders, kid. But
No, but at the end of the day, we are here to,
Yeah.
Right.
provide
right.
support.
That's why it's really
we are.
hard to develop with new or inexperienced or superintendents. It's hard because they don't bring with them that understanding of, you know, what a more experienced and organized and structured leader can bring.
No, we're lucky she knows the district and excited about discussing her vision.
And she has to
Yes.
have her stamp on
Yep.
what she wants and what she thinks we should do.
Yeah.
Well, I think part of it is because we have not had, I think that this board, if we could leave a legacy, it is a system of a strategic plan in a way that we do the work that endures, and a superintendent can come in and share their vision, and we can have a system that endures as you know, superintendents do go on to other bigger and better things, and but that the system can survive. Board members come in and out. I think that would be fantastic. But again, because a superintendent needs to
Right.
have their own vision,
Right.
right? And they can come and go
And-
if they wish and change their vision to suit the needs of
Anytime you have,
the
that
district.
is why one of the marks of a successful district is long-term sustained leadership.
Yeah.
Right.
Long-term sustain, I mean, when you see principals come in and out every 2 years of a school, now sometimes you can't avoid it. Sometimes there are things that you need to change. But when you see changes in leadership, whether it's at the site or the district level, you tend not to see the kind of progress that you would hope and expect the district to make. It doesn't happen when you don't have long-term sustained leadership. What is that? How do you define long-term? I'm not saying you have to be there like I was 18 years. I don't know how the board put up with me for 18 years. But it does involve more than in and out, in and out, in and out. And you see districts like that. And usually they're troubled. And this is what hurts me the most when I read about colleagues that have been summarily dismissed because they didn't happen to profess the same political ideology, which we've seen already 2 groups in Orange County. It's occurring. It's who gets hurt? The kids. The children we're trying to serve. And it angers me when you have people that are elected to boards that really are more interested, like Congress, in the free parking at National Airport than they are serving the American people. Yeah. And boards can't afford that. Your kids depend on you.
They
No,
can't
it's so
afford
true,
it.
the long-term sustained leadership, because we can't come up with our big, bold plans
I'm not a
if we don't have the sustained, consistent leadership, because the turnover would just cost so much time.
From an HR perspective,
it changes.
like the onboarding required every time, like you're taking at least 3 to 6 months every time.
Yeah, no, we're in a great position to come up with some really exciting visions.
Great, fantastic. I think it's time for a break.
I think it
Time for a
is.
break.
I just wanted to share that we've received news this afternoon that Tony Thurmond now announced the 2023 California Distinguished Schools, and Tam Valley, Strawberry Point, and Edna McGuire were on the list.
See what I mean?
That is exciting.
Kimberly, we applaud you, your entire team of schools,
yes.
because truly,
Right.
that's incredible.
Every other year, they do it for the middle school and secondaries, the high schools as well, and then the elementaries. And just as a reminder, in 2021, Mill Valley Middle School got the award too. So just a sustained excellence, certainly in the district.
So you certainly have the raw materials to work from,
Definitely.
don't you? You
Yes,
got
we
some
do.
great raw materials.
Great
to awesome.
We can't forget to thank our teachers and students.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And our support
This is a
staff.
team effort. This
Yes.
is a team effort.
Parents, community,
Yeah.
yeah.
I
Team
literally
effort.
feel like we have some of the best teachers I've ever seen.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
I only speak for Tam Valley though.
Isn't-
you will speak for the whole district
We
shortly.
can speak for Edna's.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
We've got a lot of our schools covered here.
I
This
know
is-
we're taking a break.
yeah, this
but
is a good
This is interesting when you talk about how we view our teachers and how we view the district. When you take a poll in the United States of public education doesn't get a great rating. You've read them. You've read these. When you just ask your common person on the street, what do you think of public education today? Usually they say, well, when I went to school, it was a lot better than it is now. I don't, although they don't have any other data points. But when you talk about people at the school and you ask them to rate their schools, they consistently rate them much higher, much higher. And, it goes to the fact that I want you to be aware of the fact that public education is under attack in this country.
Mm-hmm.
It is under attack. And it depends upon us and you and the leadership to be able to protect and defend what I think is the cornerstone. Someone mentioned it. You did. Michelle mentioned it. The cornerstone of our democracy. And, it's under attack. And we just need to be aware.
So with that, let's rejuvenate ourselves for 10 minutes, and we'll be back. Okay, we are now going to re-adjourn our study session at 2:45. Thank you.
How about that? Boy, this day is just flying by, isn't it? And there's still no rain, so good for us.
And we're still energized.
And we're still energized. That's right, no one is falling asleep or whatever. All righty, well, this is we're moving into sort of the culminating activity, or activities, where I had promised we were going to bring our work into the room. So the last activity, Michelle, you pointed this out, I think it was a good point, how that hopefully will be the transition into what I'm going to be asking you to do now, which there are lots of things that could be on your to-do plate. I mean, really, when you think about it, there are lots of things that would, that need to be. And what I'm going to ask you to do is everyone should have one of these. Do you? I just want you to use one page. Does anyone not have a pad right here? I want you to use this, and what I'd like you to do is to write down that one area. I want you to think about our district. I want you to think about Mill Valley.
Excuse me?
I want you to think about the Mill Valley School District, and I want you to think about of all the things that need to get done, that you would like to see get done, what is your number one priority? You know, I mean, what do you think you would like to address? If everyone has the same one, then we could jump right into the Starburst activity, but I don't expect that. It rarely ever happens, and it probably shouldn't happen because there's so many things to do. What I'd like you to do is take a few minutes and just think. You know, this isn't a race. You know, it's not first one down on the paper wins. No. This is, I want you to really think about your to-do list. You know, your trustees, this is a new governance team. What would you like to see the team focus on as its number one priority? And I'd like you to put it at the top of this paper.
Can I just ask, sorry, because I'm noticing we're all on different pages. Are we?
Oh, no, I'm not really looking at that. Sorry.
15, 16?
I'm on page number, actually, I'm on page number 16.
Okay, I was
No, I just.
I'm on 16. It's called, 15 is really bringing the work into the room, and this is the opportunity to reflect. Right.
I was not on the.
I am sorry.
No, we're good.
I'm going to jump to page 16, but we're going to do two activities. One is called 35, and the other is called a Starburst activity. The Starburst activity I'm going to try to do on here, but I can't do it until we get done with 35. And you get the gist of where we get the number 35 from in a quick order. So what I'd like you to do is to turn, when you turn to page 16, and what I'd like you to do is write down that one thing that you would like to see us focus on. Once we do that, what I'm going to do is add one thing to it. I would just like you to, I'll give you a chance to verbalize it. If two people have the same, then the same number, we could, the same thing, we could combine it. Hopefully we'll have 5 different varieties that come up, because there's so much that you'd want to do number one. Then we're going to do a prioritization, where we're going to ask you to prioritize from a 7 all the way down to a 1. 7 being the top, and 1 being, would be like, you will have a chance to prioritize other people's. You don't have to put your name on it. It could be done if you don't want to be credited, but you need your name. More importantly, we just need the idea. The thing or idea or process or whatever you'd like to state that you would like. And the reason I'm asking you to think a little bit is it's not a race. I want you to be sure that you've got, number one. And what a lot of people do is they'll write down 2 or 3 or 4 and they'll think about it a little bit and then they'll select one. So think about it. There could be 2 or 3 or 4 that you are debating among, just you. It's not a collaborative activity yet. You are just you, and where you come from. And then out of the 2 or 3 or 4 that you come down to on a clean sheet, write down your one.
No, my handwriting is so bad.
Mm-hmm. No cheating. Not supposed to talk yet.
Love to read it.
And if you're struggling, this is hard because, you know, coming up with the top one is not easy. Now remember, take your top one and put that one, you know, you could have all the notes in the world, but like I'm gonna use Kimberly's as an example. She's written down some, well, you know, written down some. If she was gonna put, she needs to pick one of those after she's thought about it. Yeah, that's right. Wrong room. I've done that many times. Yunhee, I love your name. I have a very, very dear friend who's from China whose name is Ding Zhou.
So my name is like the trendiest Korean name during the time when
Yeah.
I was a child.
Yeah.
But the Chinese name is so different, like the way it's spelled. My grandfather was a scholar. So when I lived in Hong Kong, all these Chinese people couldn't understand the Chinese character
Yeah.
underlying my name.
Mm-hmm.
Like they were like, oh my gosh, I've never seen this.
Yeah,
So it was very interesting.
very nice, trendy.
It's my generation trendy, yeah. You know, I'm sure it's like Karen.
I just
I know a
love,
lot of Karens, but you know, like.
I just love names, you know, this kind of thing. Ellie, is there a Farsi name that is trendy?
I mean, my name is actually really common.
Ellie?
And,
I
no, it's
love-
Elmas, but.
Oh, I think it's beautiful. Yeah.
When did you start going by Ellie? In sixth grade, but they asked me what do you expect kids to call you? Because they couldn't.
What was your name?
Mhm.
They,
Full name, full name?
Yeah, they were like, well, obviously there's going to be like a shorter version that we're going to call you because how could you expect us?
What's your full version?
Elmas.
Huh?
Elmas.
Elnas? Oh, that's a pretty name.
How do you spell it?
terrible thing is it's not even that.
No, it's not.
No, it's
very
not hard,
phonetic.
yeah.
It's like the most phonetic name you can get.
So I can guess at
That's a
spelling is what
really
you're
good
saying.
name.
Thank you. And it's like super, yeah, I still remember I got to sixth grade and they're like, well, what's your nickname? I'm like, what do you mean? I'm like,
You should see me trying to spell my name to people. It's like I go to reservations, Yunhee, Y-U-N-H-E. People like they all think my name start with W. Like it's such a struggle. Like 60% of the time people think my name starts with W, and I'm like,
Oh
no.
my gosh.
How we doing?
It's up to you. Has everyone got their number one?
yes.
Okay, we got a yes, yes, yes. Sharon, you got
Sorry.
yours, and Michelle. And what I'm going to do is, Kimberly, I'm going to use yours if we have a tie over here. I'd love to have 5, but if not, we can work it around. Okay, now it's on a clean sheet of paper. So what I'd like you to do is just so that we're not rating 2 that are the same. So what is yours, Michelle?
Mine is data to drive decisions.
Data to drive decisions. Okay, Sharon, what would yours be?
I forgot I recopied or forgot a sentence, but it's about effective school board, kind of clearing the air regarding hidden agendas or anything like that.
Okay, sounds good. Ellie, what about yours?
1 year's growth for every student from where they are.
Excellent, very good. Natalie, what is
I
yours?
had that, but not as my top.
Okay, did you have the same as Ellie?
I did, but I did not decide on that as my
Oh,
top
good, good,
one.
good. I'm glad. I want a different one. Go ahead.
Ensure clear and common educational goals and outcomes per grade level for the whole district that feed into the next grade all the way up to high school.
Okay, sounds good. And Yunhee?
So I have kind of two relate, creating a common strategic vision for
Okay.
the district and identifying tools that allow us to achieve that vision.
Okay, well, I like the common strategic vision. Why don't we go with that? Because that would mean that we'd have 5 different ones.
can we hear what Kimberly says?
No, I'm just.
She's part of the board.
It might
Golly.
influence. You know, the only thing is, I don't want to influence your rating because you're going to rate these now.
Yeah.
You're going to rate these now. Do you mind, Michelle, if we hold Kimberly's until after we do the rating and then we'll reveal hers?
Because we won't rate hers too?
Well, we're only going to we're not going to rate Kimberly's, we're going to rate the 5 boards. I'm going to use Kimberly's only if, for example, Natalie picked the same as Ellie, then I would have, if it's the same one, then I would have thrown hers in to make 5 different.
I also assume the 1 through 7 rating and doing it five times.
Exactly, and
gets
where do
to
we get
35,
35?
and 6 would throw it off.
It would throw it off. Then you'd have a 42, you wouldn't have a
Mathematician
35.
here, thank you very much.
Exactly.
Okay.
Good for you. You see,
Thank
we
you.
have a mathematician. Now you get it, where the 35 comes from. So now what I'd like you to do is, obviously, if yours is, your number 1, I'd like you to put a 7 underneath it because it's your number 1, right? You're giving it the highest rating, your own. You're
So you
giving
put
it
a 7 underneath it.
Yeah.
Put a 7 goals on
The number 7?
Just 7. Just the number 7.
You've ranked it.
You're giving it a
gave
rate,
yourself
a
the
7.
highest.
Okay, it's going to be 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I see.
Then, when you've done
I
that,
kind of did mind knowing that he might say strategic plan and vision.
Oh, okay.
He's gonna, so it's like, it's mine maybe a 6, because maybe
there you
that's,
go.
okay, did you want to change yours, or are you
No,
happy
I'm just
with
kind
it?
of like putting that out there, like, I put a 7, but I have multiple numbers.
Okay, well, you're going to have a chance at that. Remember, this is just, you are not committed. You're not going to walk out of here and I'm going to say to you, Sharon, you've signed a contract. You
That's your
cannot
goal.
change your mind. Remember, good decision makers change their mind when the facts change, right? You know, this whole thing about, well, you were for this before you were against this. You know, that old political attack. Well, yeah, I was for it before the facts changed. Then I realized I was against it. That's okay. So if you've got a 7 by it, what I'd like you to do is pass yours to your left. Just pass your
But
card.
why do we put 7 next to?
So if
You just
yours
ranked it.
if you
I'm
have yours
assuming
as
it's your
the
number
highest
1,
scale
so
to
you're going to give it a
you,
7.
It's your 7.
I'm going to take yours and give yours to Young Hee.
You can't read my handwriting.
I literally wrote mine 3 times to make it legible.
I
And
can read it.
is it
I
now?
can read it.
Read my handwriting.
So it's right up
There's
here.
yours. Now, what you need to do,
Do you mind if I circle?
what you need to do right now
It's
is
not like
to
this is
look
a
at the new one you got. Okay, and I want you to rate it. So I want you to give it a number, a 7, probably not, because you probably want yours as the 7, but
Okay.
give it a 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I mean, what do
Anything
you-
other than
where
7.
would you rate the one you're looking at now?
So 7 is good.
So that's the highest.
It's not a matter of
Which
good
one's
or
the
bad.
highest?
It is just high rating. It is a
Prioritizing.
priority.
7
Yeah.
is the top priority.
Top priority.
Thank you for
I-
identifying
We might
that.
end up with 31s all across.
I
Wait,
think,
you never
I think
know.
the challenging thing here is that almost already starting to see it stacked where it's like,
6 4s. and
where do you start? Where it's like, if you have a strategic vision and
Yeah.
goals, then you can align.
Right.
And I was almost with the like set objectives per grade level for each year came above advancing each student at least one grade level, because like what is the point that you're measuring against? You have to know that first before you advance them, and so this is almost like a natural ordering and prioritization.
We're going in reverse.
Yeah.
Basically, the thing that you can breathe, take a deep breath of relief is this. I do not intend at this session to cement you into your top vision. What I'm using this is as sort of a practice exercise of how you would begin, ordering things. Because once I get the top one that comes out of here, I'm going to pull this chart over here. We're going to do a starbursting, because identifying what you want to do is only part of the job. Now you've got to do the who, what, when, where, and why. How is it going to get done? And we're going to spend a little bit of time on what I call starbursting.
All right. I think I
Okay,
got it.
so-
I'm ready to.
Point about numbers.
Yes, ask it, 'cause I'm not-
We gave ourselves a 7, so we're being kind of saying like, okay, 6 or below for the other ones. But do we have to rank them? So do I have to, like, this could be a 5, but the next one cannot be a 5, or?
Oh, no.
We can use a number twice.
Well, I would think this.
Not really knowing what everything else reads anyway.
This is a very good question, Sharon. Ideally, you are forced ranking, because if you are identifying, you've heard what the others are. If you want to change, you can change. Again, just a practice activity. But what I'd like you to do is, why did I say give yourself a 7? Well, because I asked you, what is your top most important thing? You identified it for yourself. Obviously, you're going to give it a 7. That's your top. The 7 doesn't mean it gets an A versus an F. It just means that if you have to prioritize something, that would be the one you'd focus on. So if you would rather be focusing on yours, then yes, I would think that someone else would get 6 or less. Now you might look at, let me pick Ellie. You might look at Ellie and say, Ellie, might think, yeah, it's an interesting thing, but it wouldn't be in my top 5. Then you would give it a 2 or 3. Again, you're not discounting what Ellie, you're just saying, in my vision, there's a number of things I'd rather do first than this. Yeah, let's do this, but there's other things. So your question about, does that mean nothing else can get a 6 or a 5 or a 4? Ideally, yes, it would be ideal to give it a different number, but if you gave it the same number, maybe it's a tie. Because remember, it wasn't your top one, so maybe Yunhee and Natalie came up with 2 and they're different, but you like them both. So you might want to give them both a 6.
Okay.
I also want to reserve the right to give somebody else's idea a 7. Because if one gets all 7s, then we have a top winner.
And then I think you should remove.
Right?
Which I agree with, but I think we should remove your own, you should only give every number once to make it mathematically work.
Yeah, Ellie's arguing for forced ranking, and here's what I'm going to say,
Because I don't think, otherwise we're going to have a bunch of
That's why I joked that we would have 31s across the board.
No, if you want to if all of a sudden someone else shared something that whoa, I didn't think of that. That would be pretty good. Ellie, that would be the only way I would respectfully disagree with you. I would say, okay, if Michelle saw yours and said, I didn't think of it. It wasn't one of the ones I wrote down, but God, I like it. Yeah, so give it a 7. See, the bottom line is I'm going to total all these little numbers up, and the one that gets the highest number is going to be the one I put up there. Okay. To do the starbursting activity. It's not necessarily the one you're going to do, it's just my activity. Has everyone done it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I gave him I gave it a number, then I'll give different number.
You're going to use different numbers?
Yeah, different numbers.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, different numbers.
You have to remember what you gave, right?
No, you know what? I think to make it easier on
This is
you,
kind of the same.
if you see it as a very, very good one, you can give it a high.
I'm going to give different numbers.
I didn't realize this would be
I think we can also say that as 5 people with our number 1 thing, if for whatever reason we don't actually touch on it, doesn't get addressed, it's up to us to just do it.
Yeah,
So,
and I think
we'll
out of
talk about
respect,
it. We'll just keep talking about it.
I mean, if something's somebody's number 1 priority, we obviously want to be
Okay.
respectful
Right.
and.
Thank you.
I'm not going to sit down, I'm just going to stand. You guys, now you're with it. Here you go.
I just think I would have rather had all the choices at first rank as opposed to, because I have to remember what I put down.
Oh, I see. Well, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have done that. There's a number of ways to do this. Remember, you're not making a substantive decision. You're just going through a practice exercise, and maybe there's a lot of variations on it. So, yeah, we can put them all up on the wall. You can look at them all, and then you do it. Ideally, that might be a good way to do it. And then when you get yours back to you again, then
I can give it to you.
Okay, so then we just add them up.
No, okay.
We only have 4 here, though.
Now you should have.
Somebody missed this one? There should be 5 numbers there.
There should be
Who
5
did
numbers.
not,
I did that
who did
one.
not do data to drive decisions?
You didn't.
No, I did.
You did.
Who did not? Because
I
there's
did
only,
data to drive decisions.
there's
I
only
did
4
those.
numbers there, and mine was number 7.
I did
Did
that
someone,
one.
I think someone put that there.
Oh, okay,
There's an
I'm
extra
sorry,
5
thank
at
you.
the top.
Oh, thank you for noticing that.
Okay.
Thank you, Ellie, thank you.
Now, when you get
Okay.
yours back, would you be kind enough to add them up?
Mhm.
Just add up the numbers and give me a total and circle it. Okay, this is very exciting.
Anna, is it okay if we just put the curtains?
Sure.
Well, it's right, you know, just that one, because that's where the sun is, and now I'm starting to not see the faces very well.
Then you're gonna get.
Yeah, much better, because now I can see. Yeah. No, that's good, right?
Yeah,
Thank
since
you.
this is our biggest
I
thing.
couldn't
we should-
see their faces.
Okay,
Make time.
are you ready for the results? Okay, now, this is your ranking on these. We are going to start with the lowest one first, and then we'll get to the higher one. 1 year's growth for every student from where they are. Sharon, was this yours?
No.
Ellie, this was yours. That was, of the 5, that was the least priority. That's okay. That doesn't mean it's not important. It just means that of the ones, how did the consensus group look? That was number 5. Data to drive decisions and ensuring a clear and common educational goals and outcome were tied for number 3. Because they were the same. So I'm doing it like a golf score. That was number 3. The second one, the second highest, to have an effective school board that works together for a common vision for the district, including the successful implementation of Measure G, bond monies, in order to do what I think we need to do.
Sorry, I recopied it.
To clear the air regarding supposed, okay, you got it. That was number 2. But the one that was the top was creating a common strategic vision and goal. Very close, 31 and 30. So the top 2 were very, very close. So let's take creating a strategic vision. Is that okay with everyone? We're going to take that. That got your top priority. And you never know, maybe there's a lot of variations for this. You can do this exercise, you could put it on the board, the people can advocate for them. You can have people say, well, let me tell you why I picked that one, blah, 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 blah. You advocate, because when you hear someone talk, you sometimes say, well, I'm convinced, it convinced me. So there's a number of variations. For the sake of time, because we don't have a lot of time, I just did it this way. It was just a way to strategize. But it's a way to strategize among all of you. So, now this is going to be, I've got to do, I'm going to see, I've got to do a 6-point star. I'm not very good at it. Okay, so what you basically have here is, let me see if I can do this. And then you have,
You could do a Star of David.
That's right, there he goes.
something like that. It's not very good, but. And then in here in the middle, what we have is the strategic, how did we write it? A strategic vision and goal. And this would be your plan, you know, the thing that we talked about, the opportunity to move ahead. It received your top, it was your top vote, yeah.
Could you read it again, the language of the, just to be clear?
It just said creating a common strategic vision and goal, and then the others were just the other things that were listed, but that's what.
If you could read my handwriting, it's really bad.
Well, identifying tools, well, but I think you wrote other things down. Identifying tools, processes, implementation of the vision.
It's always basically identifying tools to implement the vision.
Right.
Tools and processes to implement the
To
vision.
implement the vision. In essence, what this goes to is your strategic plan expires in June, and your top vote getter here by a narrow amount, by 1 point. And remember, the others weren't that far behind either.
I think we all want the same thing.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like
Exactly.
how to go about doing it.
Right. So what you're saying is, this is important to you, that the group here feels it would be worth your time to focus on this. Now, it may not be the only thing you do. You're not. You're doing other things too. But strategic vision and goals, meaning you need a plan. Now, there are in here, as you see, and you can turn to page 17, which is sort of the starburst example. You've got the who, and then you've got the what. What should the plan look like? Because there's a lot of different plans. You're going to go the how. So it just doesn't come about. It's going to take some work. It's going to take a process to be put into place. You have the where. Where is this thing going to take? Where's the work going to be done? Is it going to be done in individual schools? Is it going to be done in a district-wide meetings? The when. So you need a timeline as to when you're going to want to put that in. And then, of course, the why, which is your rationale. You're doing some work. It's taking you time. If people come up to you and say, why are you doing it? You should be able to verbalize why you're going to do it. They may agree or not, but you should have a rationale. So why is your rationale? Who would be your staff? This is where, you're going to have to depend upon your professional leadership and your staff to get this. So to a certain extent, you're going to have to identify those. What is this going to look like? Are you happy with the way the plan looks now, or do you want a different look on the plan? I'm not talking to content, but I'm talking about the way it looks. Do you think it was used? Do you think it had an impact? Do you think was it visible? Were people aware of it? The how is really, really important, because the process by which you develop it is going to, are you going to use it through the LCAP process? Are you going to do something independent of that? Remember, LCAP and LCFF really came up together. When we developed the LCFF, the local control funding formula was meant to replace the old revenue limit. Now, the revenue limit existed for a lot of years, and there were inherent inequities in the way that we funded schools. Kindergarten to, you guys are you guys basic aid? You're community-based. So you're community-based funding. But those districts that were not, that were K-8 districts, that the old revenue limit system identified schools and gave money based on high schools and elementary schools. So if you were an 8th grader if you were an 8th grade middle school student in an elementary district, you got less money than an 8th grade student in a unified district. Because unified districts, high school districts got the most money per student. Unified got the next, elementary the next. Elementary was 8 or below, because there were K6, K5, K4s, there's all kinds of elementary districts. That inherently unfair. Plus it didn't allocate money based upon greatest need. Who are the greatest needs? And this is what the LCFF system did. Those children from economically disadvantaged homes, those individuals who don't speak our English language, and those individuals coming out of foster youth. Those are and it gave additional money. So you're familiar with the LCFF. When the LCFF came in, there was a desire at the same time to link it to what you're doing with the money. And that's where the LCAP came in. A lot of districts use the LCAP as a means by which they would put their strategic plan together. But many don't. You're not required to. You might want to come up with a different way, and there's a lot of different ways to do it. That's where that how. And again, the where is it going to take place? You know, how is the structure going to be, and the timeline for that. So this is really the answers to these questions like this are what you're going to need to answer. So first of all, before I ask you to just think through these questions on this specific plan. It seemed that when we started discussing this earlier that there was a lot of energy behind it. I think there is. I don't think there's one person in the room here that does not, no, it might not have been your number one, but it was way up there. I mean, you felt the need to be able to identify this. So the consensus of the group really said, man, this is important. So considering it's important, what I want you to do real quickly is on a piece of paper, I want you to try to answer a few of these questions. You don't have to answer them, you know, in a dissertation form, but jot down, what would you say is your rationale for doing it? What would you say, who's gonna do it? What are your thoughts at this present time? Because remember, when you go in this direction, you're going to need professional staff to be able to move this thing.
So what is what again? Like, what is what?
What would be, what is this plan gonna look like? What is the structure of the plan? Remember we were talking a little bit about, it can't be too broad, because what does global education mean? Like you just said, we're gonna do social emotional growth. Well, what does that mean? So what is the plan going to specifically look like? What would you want it to look like? Do you want it to have specific objectives underneath that? How detailed do you want it? Does that help?
Yeah.
So I'll say that I was doing what a little differently because I thought what would be something we would discuss the what's in it, and I was doing more of like what being, like in my mind, I want it to be a one-page, easily digestible document.
Right.
Like that's how I was doing
Yeah.
what,
Kind of
and
specific.
then figured we would talk substance together.
I think that's okay.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of how I was doing the what, not like actually
Right.
what's in it.
No, Ellie, I think you're right on. Because,
How many goals are when you're looking at a strategic plan? What is the typical number for like what's not overreaching in terms of number of goals and how much is?
Currently, there are 4, and those are now aligned with our LCAP goals as well. So balanced learners, supported staff, communications, and then facilities and infrastructure. And those pretty much encompass the goals of districts. And I have looked at other LCAPs and strategic plans, and they're typically in those 4 broad areas, typically 3 to 5.
Okay. Thank you. Mark, I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt.
what's that?
I think you were responding to something, and
Oh, no, not at all, not at all. No, besides, if I was, I totally forgot what my question was. I've been doing that a lot. My wife says, "Are you losing your memory?" And no, I just can't. Came back in here. Get ready for this. Came back in here. Opened up this laptop and there's a password to get in. I couldn't remember the goddamn password. I've only put it in tears in me. And I said, I just can't do it. I didn't go to the campus. And the guy looks at me and he said, did you change your password? Because I got it from Fullerton. I said, no. He says, well, then try Fullerton with a capital F. I said, oh, and I tried it. Boom, opens it up. And then all of a sudden I'm thinking, seems familiar. And I go to bed wondering, God, am I just, do I need to be putting a home or something? I just keep got tight.
So where here is within the schools, right? Or how is
Yeah,
it?
where would be, is this something that you see being, done in committees at sites? Would you want to, set up a process whereby it was done, that people would come to the district office? Or do you see it sort of disseminated among the sites where, some people divide the strategic plan by the various components and they give a committee, they identify a committee that works on that component that they've identified to basically meet at a place that is a little bit easier for other people, maybe they divide it among their communities as an example. You guys have the math component, and you guys are going to have our language immersion component, and whatever you want in the plan. So that's what I meant by where it's done. The hard part sometimes is the timeline. When do you want it done by, and those kinds of things. Is that bothering you, Eileen? Yes, it is.
I can no longer see.
I thought you were winking at me.
Your daughter is at Reed School District Board. They have Academic Excellence Committee and Personal Development Committee.
I don't know.
What are they about, and who staffs them? Do you know?
This is a question about the Reed School District.
Yeah.
We could find out.
We could find out.
I think it could be that they have had a process where they have now institutionalized committees that continue with their strategic plan in an aligned, probable way. But I don't think, I don't know. I don't know if you know.
She's
her.
required to make me dinner tonight, so I will ask her when I'm there.
Thank you.
I looked at it and
Yeah, I will ask her because they do have academic, committees right now. Right now, they're bringing in an interim superintendent because of, Kimberly McGrath's illness.
But it would be interesting to have that input with the teachers and administration.
Yeah, it would. I'm going to ask her.
Yeah.
I can get that information, and Michelle can get that as well, and.
And personal development.
Best practices.
I wish I had the specific answer. I'm not quite sure how to do it.
So we will have a hard 4 o'clock. It's 3:26, just to give you time frame.
What I was hoping to do is finish up with this. I want to hear your thoughts on this.
Yes.
And then what I want to do is give you some time, and Michelle some time, so that we know, because I don't want to keep you beyond 4 o'clock. I want you to be out the door. So I'd like to be able to use a little bit of transition time as to what is your feelings about where you want to go next? Do you want to schedule another work? We can end what with that topic. I'm going to let you guys frame the topic. I basically took this and developed this from what I heard from you. Mm-hmm. You might feel I hit the nail on the head. You might feel I missed. You might feel like if we do another follow-up workshop, we'd like it to focus on this. That's the kind of stuff that I would need. So I thought maybe that would give us a little bit of time.
Can I ask a question just of the board members? I kind of keep going back and forth with this because of the discussion that we had before around the LCAP and how it informs the strategic plan over the next 5 years. So there's already kind of a timeline and process in place. So I guess with what we're each trying to answer, I'm curious if we're looking at it from the perspective of the strategic plan for the next 5 years, or are we thinking some strategic goals and alignment for the next few months as we lead up to that ideally would feed into those goals?
Well,
what are we trying to solve for? Because there's a process and timeline for the strategic plan. So I'm curious what everybody is thinking when you look at strategic vision and goals. What angle are you coming at it from? So we're aligned in terms of what we're trying to answer and address.
So I think that's an excellent point, and my suggestion is maybe we can answer that, Michelle,
Right.
if we let's get.
Yes, and Natalie, maybe you could start, because it's when, right? So when do we do it, and then what I'm hearing you say is anchor that in. When are we doing and for what purpose? Maybe when and why?
Well, I think I answered it in the scope of the strategic plan and that process that pulls in the LCAP and everything that feeds into. But then once I did that, I was like, well, is this our priority for right now? Because we've obviously got some time before that goes into effect. So do we need something more immediate? Which it sounds like that may have been where you were coming from, maybe with raising that as a priority in the first place, which is the answers to that would all be different then.
Well, I feel like then we should start with the what, because that's where, at least that's how I was reading the what, and I was thinking about how Uni was saying, like, this is just like ours as a board, and it should, as you said, like feed into everything else we're doing, but I would love to see this as the what being our vision and where, we, in terms of operating, if I come up with something and Sharon says, hey, we came up with our board strategic vision, and I'm not sure if that falls in line, like, let's talk about, that's how I saw my what is, this is our tangible document, but at least helps us know where we're on, what page we're all sharing.
Right, so what I see it as kind of a tool for us to achieve our long-term strategic plan that's in LCAP, which is, as a board, what is our immediate goal, like to create this short-term vision of what we're trying to accomplish. And then I also think it's important for us to identify tools and processes, how we go about doing it, whether it's finding the right assessments or what kind of assessments, how do we create whatever, how do we implement academic excellence type of strategies, and what do we focus on, where the immediate needs are. So it's kind of laying groundwork over the next 6 months so that we could be effective.
Right. Now, let me throw out something that's I think that's important. Just a couple things.
I do have a quick question though on that to just try and get clear on what's being said here, because I'm hearing two things. I'm hearing board vision, which is governance related. Then I'm hearing, and that's what I thought. I was hearing, let's get started on our vision, and I just mapped out a whole structure for how we're going to engage everybody in the next 6 months and kick off the strategic plan redo with a vision done. So I need to be clear on whether I bit off too much or I misunderstood what vision we're talking about.
And we'll define that with the what.
I guess I worry that the what it leads into is too big and has other stakeholders, and I feel like this should be our kind of guiding principle as a board type. And again, I think it should lead into, like, obviously what our values are should be aligned with.
That speaks to your one page easily.
That's what but that's just what I was envisioning.
But no, I think our collective vision is not a blurb, but it is concise.
Yes. Yeah, that's kind of what I was visioning as the what is that, and it should tie into future, but more of a manageable
board vision.
And tools. I like us to identify what tools are important for us.
Yeah, like you were mentioning data earlier. That's just how
Let me jump in and say what I was going to say before Michelle added that important point. Just a couple things to bear in mind. It is important to define what you need. I mean, that's important. So under the what, it would be important for you to be able to come to consensus as to what you need. Do you mean short term? Do you mean long term? Are you talking about, putting a strategic plan together is work. It's going to take you some work.
So
Putting together an immediate, something that might be different, you need to define this. That would be number one.
I think what I'm hearing is we have to have the word board. I think we're getting confused between district strategic vision and goals and board.
Okay,
And
then
are we
what
all
is it? Can
aligned
you
with
tell me
its
what is
board
the difference?
vision? Yeah, I think we're all thinking board vision.
You're thinking board vision.
Yes,
So you're not
yes.
thinking a district strategic plan.
Not right now.
You're thinking a board vision.
Which it sounds like then pulls in Sharon's having a cohesive board
Correct.
that,
Yeah.
you know,
Yes.
that works
Right.
So
together.
I
Some
think
of the
that's
tools
why
are
this
then
was
pulling in the
setting
data.
us
So
on a
let's,
little bird walk.
let's cross out strategic.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
All righty.
Board vision and-
Well, they still can be
And that
Yeah,
that
I
would feed
know.
into strategic plan, right?
board.
Yeah.
Well, this could lead to that, but what I'm now hearing is that this is the board vision and
Yes.
goals. And it's not necessarily a plan. It's coming up with the board's vision and goals.
Yes, please. Yes.
Now,
Which is like how we want to operate, the data, the tools, the substantive things we're
Yeah.
thinking
That's all
of.
tying into
so
this whole
this
meeting.
is
Yes,
really,
thank
when
you.
we get to what, and I'm gonna use red to differentiate it, we're talking basically operational, how you guys are performing, how you guys act.
Yeah.
the
But substance
tools.
too, like kind of what's driving us. Like if we come up with something and we're, you know, as a board, or if we're in a board meeting and this is how I'm looking at it, like, and we're evaluating, we get to look at each other and say like, hey, when we talked about strategic vision, this item doesn't really seem to fit in there, or like this decision point, you know, like, sit, you know.
Okay,
So it will help with substantive too, but so it's not just like operational, like.
okay.
it
Well,
just-
then give me to help, because if I bring in an individual who is not privy to this discussion, you're gonna want them to look at this chart and clearly know what you're talking about. So help me under what?
So can we have a
What are
strategy?
some descriptor words?
One, we just like go through,
Sure.
and I'm gonna steal Ellie's one page.
Yeah.
What is it? It's a one page,
Okay, so you think
No more
this is
than
a
a page.
one-page document?
one page.
Yeah.
It's a one-page document. Anything, any other descriptors to help me know what this means?
Not too vague.
So it's specific.
Specific.
Specific, yeah. I was not wanting to use specific though, but.
Distill
that's
to our priorities, you know, going back to Sharon's earlier thing about like, we also don't want to spread too thin. We want to make sure we have lots of great ideas, but like, let's help ourselves do a manageable goal,
Yeah. And I
Okay.
think.
which still can fill, there's a lot of room in a page. I just mean
So it's
like,
one page, it's fairly specific. Does it deal with protocols?
I don't think so.
No,
So
does it
outline
deal
priorities.
priorities?
Yeah, I like that one.
Goals? I like
Yeah.
priorities better than goals.
Yeah.
Priorities.
Yeah, because we have lots of goals. We're just prioritizing, you know.
Vision
like,
and priorities.
Yeah. I like that. Vision and priorities.
Vision and goals, really, they're priorities, they're specific, it's usually gonna fit on one page.
She said vision and priorities. I thought that was a nice.
Can we change goals to priorities then?
Okay, anything you want. So we'll do this to priority. Okay.
Beautiful.
All right, so we have board vision, priorities, and then the what is a one-page specific priorities dealing with, someone give me an example. What would an example of a prior, you know, that would be here? Not that every.
Moving every child up one grade from where they start. That would be
Okay,
very
so
specific.
That's one of
that
the
would be sort of your, I'm searching for the word. So you wanted 1 year, one growth for every year. That would be that's it as an example. So that is what is gonna guide you as you develop a strategic plan.
And like if people agreed, a value system where like if we're evaluating like some decision point and we're like, gosh, does it align with our priorities?
Right, can I write down that this is really a process to a larger plan? Is it a step-by-step process? Are you gonna use this to help develop a strategic plan?
I think it'll inform it.
I think it will be instrumental, it lays a good foundation. Obviously, we don't have the teacher input, the parent input to really
Which is-
create a strategic
Yeah.
plan. But we want, as a board, what we need to focus to drive effective strategic plan that we could communicate to the community. So for me, how I would do it is, I agree with the 1-year progress, but I would like to make it a little bit broader, because we talked about it during the campaign election, which is differentiated and targeted learning for all students. You know,
I'm good with
wherever
that.
their level is, that they learn and progress.
Right.
And we enable the teachers and the district to do that. And then another thing I like to bring up, which is there's a conflict in Mill Valley right now between providing standardized curriculum versus teacher creativity, and somehow find ways to come up with standardized curriculum that also kind of complements the teacher creativity that we, Mill Valley, pride ourselves on, and getting the teacher and administrator input together doing that. I think it's
Which is,
very
I think,
important.
Natalie's.
Yeah.
One of mine was pare down curriculum and textbooks used to those the most effective, supported by data. But with all of the sold a story, everything, it's like, you know, being able to at least narrow things down so that we're saying we're all working
On the same, yeah, it's good to.
I
have
like
a-
both of those
Yes.
objectives if we
Yeah.
wanted to make those priorities. I would support both those two topics.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing, because we're not gonna have enough time to do
Right.
this whole thing. We're gonna run out of time. But, I mean, this is good. This is really good. What I am looking at this is a document that helps guide the board, but it's a document put together by the board. This isn't a document where you're going to get input. This is the way you operate.
Correct.
Yeah.
Can we
Okay.
go to the how, because I think that might inform the last part of today, which is what's next for us?
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
mean, those are the two big ones, what and how.
I'm under
And when,
how,
maybe,
I'm gonna
'cause I
say
gotta-
board development.
Like, oh, sure.
It's board development.
I'd like to add board facilitated. I think that it frees us, including our superintendent, to work on this vision if we're not scaffolding the
Okay.
actual work. So having someone like yourself come in, board developed, facilitated.
Got it? I got it. All righty. Anything else
I
under
would love
how?
on the when, I mean, again,
Let's
because
do
this
it.
is just us, I would love to say, look, this is gonna sound crazy, but it's a working document that it's just us, we can change it at any time, it's not like some, you know,
It's not formal.
formal.
Yeah.
I'd love to say in a month, so that we can start at least feeling like we're going into our meetings with, and it doesn't have to be fully developed, maybe it's just like the first two that we agree to and we start there.
Yeah.
And as things come, but like, I'd like in a month, so that we're going into our meetings with some like common, you know, feeling of like we found common ground on something. So I know that sounds crazy.
No,
but
I have
like-
ASAP.
I think
I
that's.
love it. Okay, so good. I'm glad we're all on the same page on
I
this.
see you
not-
guys are all working together.
Okay, good.
When,
Yeah,
when are you
exactly.
ready, when are you available next?
Well, we're gonna talk about that at the end.
And when are we available?
Michelle, I will, when we finish,
Yeah.
because I want to give ourselves at least 15 minutes just to talk about what's next. And we'll stop on this. We have a few more minutes. Is there any other that you wanted to fill in? Though, I mean, I would think,
We know what.
tell me the
We know
why.
who.
What is the
Who is
why?
the board?
We know who, yeah.
Who is the board?
So what's the
Who
why?
is the board?
I think the why is to ensure alignment and focus in our conversations with the community as a board and in the agendas that are created, so that we are in the same way that like San Francisco said 50% of our time will be spent discussing students and student outcomes. It is ensuring that we remain on task and put up guardrails around what we're doing so that we can move the district forward and not get distracted by the many other things that could come up
Okay.
along the way.
So what I
love
wrote down
that,
is
and
to
that's
ensure
what
alignment
you were
among
saying.
Yeah, just to
resources,
be
time,
effective
and
together by
import.
working together.
I also want to say philosophy. I think that back to, I'm
Under
going back.
why?
Yes, please. Because I think that Ellie's point at the beginning was, for me, the tension that she created was a good one to remind me, you know, do we have a common philosophy and understanding that we can hold each other accountable for? When the tensions of the world might stray us away, or our own, how we wake up in the morning, that we can, I think that would be really helpful.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question in terms of where and?
Oh, yes.
As far as what we are allowed to do, if I were in a corporate environment, I would say, let's create a single Google document. It's a living document, and we're all adding to it, and and can edit as far as does the public need to be able to have access to it? Can we do something like that, or does it need to be within the context of a meeting?
Well,
like
no,
this?
if you're meeting all together, it should be a publicly called meeting. It could be a special meeting.
Yeah.
I wanted to take issue with Bill regarding different meetings. I didn't feel it was the place to do that, but if we had an extended conversation, I would have talked to Bill and explained to him why boards need special meetings. And this is an example of why you would need a special meeting. When you do something out of the normal routine of a board meeting, it needs to be transparent, it needs to be open, it needs to be publicized. So the answer to the question is, the work would need to be, it could be a study session that you set together and maybe no one shows up. But it's called, and it's called as a regular meeting so you can do your work. Whether I'm here, but you would need to be here, and Kimberly. And you can do it under those aspects. You can do that work, but it would need to be, it would need to be a transparent meeting.
Right. Could
You don't necessarily need to,
I think we could do a lot of personal work.
videotape or anything like
Or
that,
it's
but it
part
does
of
need to
the
be
next
called.
spring or
It's part of
yeah,
the
already.
Somebody-
So I'd like to add to how actually, I think it's important for us to identify tools
Okay,
that we
so-
could use to accomplish our goal, whether it's like data-driven assessments,
Okay,
evaluation.
that would be
of-
under what? So you
What?
need
Okay.
tool development.
And policy and process development, reevaluate our communication to the stakeholders to get them more engaged. That includes
Right.
the teachers and the parents. And really, we need money to do this.
But
so
remember,
also
you
look
need
at our
to
budget.
clearly,
yeah.
Yun-Hee, you need to make sure that you keep a clear differentiation between what you're doing for your own priorities to help guide, so that what I'm hearing you say, which I heartily endorse, is that you want to approach the work of the district,
Yeah.
and you want to approach the work of a district strategic plan. But before you do that, you need to come and collaboratively develop your own board
Yeah.
priorities
Yeah.
so you can do that. All I'm saying is you need to differentiate that
Yeah,
from. You
that's
don't want to
true,
go
yeah.
so far that
Exactly.
people
Okay,
will
I
say, Yun-Hee, I really think that's a discussion for another day.
Okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
You need those things, but maybe not when you talk about how you operate and your values.
Maybe, I don't know. if this is-
Understanding limitation
Yeah.
of our vision and how
Right.
we could implement it,
And-
that
and-
might be dependent on the budget,
Right.
what the teacher
Exactly.
agreement is, schedule.
And that is the reason also, another not warning, but
Yeah.
thing that you need to be aware of, is you don't want to overstep your
Exactly.
bounds as a board.
Yeah, it's
You
a
don't
like
want to do that
limitation.
because
Yeah,
it's going to get done
by
By the
her,
by her.
Administration.
yeah,
So that's the reason she needs to be a part. To a great extent, how this occurs,
yeah,
maybe less so with how you operate,
yeah,
but when you begin talking about resources,
yeah,
which include personnel, which include budget,
yeah.
you cannot do this without Kimberly
It's
Berger.
understanding limitation of
Right.
because.
I mean, she's on board, she's gonna move it along, but you need her to do those things. You can't
Exactly.
do it yourself. Otherwise, you step out. You step out. Remember, boards have one employee and only one employee.
Yeah, no, my idea was more for us to understand the limitation of the budget. Like, we want differentiating in kids too, and targeted learning, but if we don't have time in the day for all the schedules of things we want, and there's no money, then it can't be done. So I would like to understand what the limitations would be.
Sure.
As a new board member,
Yeah.
and I like to identify the tools, how we could get there, like assessments, curriculum, that's at Kimberly's.
Yeah.
And the teachers
Sure.
to come up with, but to understand.
Yeah, if you want to put into your governing, I'm using the word
Yeah.
governing, but in your priority value plan, your vision, your board's vision.
Yeah.
You want to the inclusion in order to go where Natalie has made mention of, or Ellie with her 1 year for every growth. You might need resources.
Yeah.
You're going to need Kimberly to be able to let you know whether you've got them or not.
So can we add just limitation discussion under the what? Because
Yeah,
I'm
I
hearing,
just- yeah, I don't
I'm
know.
hearing, just put that, this is a brainstorm, limitation discussion, because your point I'm hearing is valid. There's all these vision statements, but I think that organizations that are highly effective do a little understanding of the limitations
Yeah.
and the roadmap to actually executing a vision statement.
I think that's
So
a
it becomes
very,
a living
Michelle, that's an excellent point.
action.
You
Okay.
never accomplish anything. An architect,
Yeah.
Sharon is an architect. Before she is asked to design something, she needs to know what her limitations are.
Yeah.
You know, if she is going to design the Sagrada Familia, the resources are going to be a heck of a lot greater than if she is designing a storefront piece of property.
Yeah, so like one thing, I was under the impression we should do both math and reading support.
Mm-hmm.
But then, the whole vision of the district is to include the students in their own classroom
Right.
as possible. So
Yeah.
pull them out for different reading
Got
and
it.
math might be too much. So like I like to understand that kind of limitation, as we're all these starry-eyed new board members, we want this, but,
Sure.
we
Yeah.
gotta be realistic.
So I see we have 11 minutes, so I'd like to give the board some time, because it's often the thing that's most important is the reflection tool at the back, but we tend to squeeze it out. However, I do see where, and we know that I'd like to have a date,
Sure.
if possible, some possible dates, so that
Well-
we have a clear what the next when is, and also the where, and if we can, reflect on that before today's over.
Michelle, can I just suggest that the reflection tool that's in front of you can be done when you go home? You don't have to do it now. It would be helpful for me to get it back, and for you to see it, and for Kimberly. I mean, it would be good, but I'd hate to waste the 11 minutes writing out that stuff right now. But it would be, the other questions are important, and that would be, where do you want to go from here?
Can we open that up?
We can open it up, and then I can
where?
share with you my limitations that I might have time-wise, and, I'm pretty free, but I do have a little limitation. I got a little nervous when Ellie, was that you that wanted it done in a month?
She wanted ASAP.
Yes.
Oh, Sharon, you're at fault.
I think there's a number.
No.
We're
Yeah.
anxious.
The sooner the
Yeah,
better.
so I have a little bit of a crunch within a month, but that may not have
But
any.
I almost want, my theory, or my thought for this is, could this be, recognizing needs to be an open session, but a Zoom where we all get on and have the shared, like a Google Doc open, and so the public would see it, but we can just kind of work it, it's a one-page document, that's all we're doing, we've all agreed to something manageable within what we're, is that the type of session where we could literally just work on it and develop it?
Yeah, regardless of our schedule, we can all just leave here and just start brainstorming our own, so we can come very prepared, hopefully. And,
You can do
I don't know if that-
you can do
we could
some
do that.
preparatory
That's a good
work,
idea.
and the only reason I'm saying schedule, I'm committed to you guys for as much as you want. You've got a contract, and I'm more than happy to do that. The only reason I have a little bit of a limitation is I am going in for a medical procedure on the 11th of January. It's not a serious one, it's an outpatient, but it involves my vocal cords. And my ENT doctor said, Mark, it's not a very serious one. It's to remove an edema, which is like a little swelling on my vocal cords. I've always wanted to be an opera singer, and I need to have it removed if I'm going to. No, but he said, but I don't want you to talk for about 10 days afterwards. And I said, what? And he said, no, you can't talk. I'd like you not to talk. It'll heal quicker. So probably from the 11th to the 21st, 23rd, I'm not going to be able to talk, and that would make it difficult for me to. Now, he did say that your friends and family will look at this as a gift. But other than that, and then we have that last or the fourth week, the superintendent symposium, and leadership is up there during that time. I was really thinking that I'd be available starting in February, you know.
So,
Early
so
part
I'm
of
gonna
February?
toss something out there.
Okay.
Given we need your input, both as part of this leadership team, as well as this may or may not make sense in terms of the limitations that are being asked for. Does it make sense? I love having you as part of this, Mark, but does it make sense for us, in the spirit of getting it done sooner than later, to help drive everything we do going forward, that it be us working with Kimberly to develop this? Because this is the kind of thing where, now that the conversation's gotten started, I think we all have those thought processes going, and so it'd be nice while it's fresh to be able to flush that out and, you know, hopefully have it in place. Probably not for this next board meeting, but that might be.
And I feel
that
like
might be
We can have an
category-
hour-long meeting too.
Yeah.
Just, you know, cap it at an hour, just
Yeah.
like, and then
I like
have a
that.
start. Then we start.
And you both,
And then-
between the
I
two
like
of you,
that.
we have the
Yeah.
why. We had 2
Um,
points. You know, I feel like we've written half of it already.
Correct.
So I'm good
Right.
with that.
Here's my thought. I love Natalie's suggestion. I think that from what I see as a working body, if you guys got together, whether it was, you know, remember, if it's not at a regularly scheduled board meeting, you certainly can schedule special board meetings. You are not restricted to when you do it. You can do it on a weekend. You can do it anytime you want, that you have availability to do it. It doesn't have to be a full day. It could be a certain amount of time. It could be 3 hours or whatever. It just needs to be a meeting. I would hammer it out. You're almost there. It seems like you're working really well together. And then once you get that draft together, I always like to call things draft, because you want to always give yourself a chance to re-look at it, maybe get other input, and then make changes. You could, if you wanted, we could schedule a second one of these sessions. I'll be able to, you'll have dividers in. And what I can do is we can schedule another session. It doesn't have to be all day. It could be it could be whenever you want it.
3 hours,
In February, where you bring that document and the session revolves around finalizing that. Finalizing the work you've already done. So, yeah, if you guys can get it together in January, do it.
So I'd like to, you know, I'm hearing some form of consensus around getting together. You know, if Kimberly is agreeable to that, to facilitate this process, and then we have a working document, and then we can finalize that, and from that working document, there may very well, as we already have our second and third choices, have a new study session ready with the expectation that Mark's operatic voice will come into play, and we will be able to just have an amazing February follow through.
I won't be clearing my throat as much. I'll hopefully.
Okay, so,
But I
so
have
can
to
we
talk quiet.
because we have 4 minutes. So do we have some dates perhaps, Kimberly, that might work?
Oh,
Because it would be
For your
dependent, right?
So we can talk about next week. We could talk about the week after. I am at the same conference with Mark that third week in January.
So it's a weekend of week of 23rd?
It's the 25th through the 27th that they'll be at this conference.
Mm-hmm.
So how about like 18th, middle, like, would that work? Wednesday, 18th?
Are Wednesdays good for you,
Wednesday,
Kimberly,
Thursday.
or are there other days that are better for you?
Yeah,
that works.
Wednesday, 18th or 19th?
I can't do 19th, but I can do 18th.
Mm-hmm.
Wednesday? I don't.
What about you, Natalie?
I have a rescheduled field trip that was supposed to happen.
Well, what about the 17th? Is anyone free? the
17th works, yeah. I just can't.
We have district negotiations that day.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So.
You say that like it's priority.
Can we do the oh, you can't do the
I can't do the
19th. Can people do the 20th in the afternoon? No?
Well,
Okay.
not,
Yeah, it's kind of, I
so
have.
Natalie, what's the field trip? Is it the whole day?
I can pull out if necessary.
No,
Yeah, it's
but
to,
sometimes it might be done by 2 or, you know.
It's to point blue. It's a 8:30 to 1:45.
Oh,
so
yeah, it's a
full
full day.
school day.
It's a
But
full
I can always do after that and just figure something out with my kids if that works better for everybody.
I don't know. Yeah. I mean,
We have availability in the afternoon of Wednesday, the 11th. We have
I could do
avail-
11 if it's not a problem.
I could do the 11th.
availability on, actually, I think the 16th is a holiday.
16th is a holiday.
Right before a regular board
Yeah.
meeting.
Yeah.
Feels a little, that's a lot to ask our public, and we do want to give our public the opportunity to come to this. So that might be too much to ask for them on 1 week.
It's the 13th out as an option.
The day
I could do
after.
13th. That's possible.
Are you free the
for me.
13th?
I'm free the
13th.
That-
Friday the 13th.
By the way, that's a very,
That's my
Ellie-
birthday.
Only good things happen.
is it your
on Friday.
birthday?
Yeah.
Oh, we got to do that then,
Oh,
because
it's
it's a
your
very lucky birthday.
Ellie can't,
13th
though.
is a lucky
She
birthday.
can't.
Oh, can't do it.
Oh, is it
Okay, what
January
about-
13th? That's my daughter, my
What about the
youngest daughter's birthday.
24th, the 24th?
Friday the 13th.
24th of January?
You can do the 24th.
Can you do it the 24th?
I could do
24th.
24th, yeah.
24th
I
of,
feel like this is an option.
can we do the 24th?
No.
Can you do the 20,
Nothing in that week.
you
Oh,
can't do the
that's-
23rd?
Kimberly is in Monterey.
But the 23rd?
No.
The 23rd, we have negotiations.
So it sounds like the 18th. works
Okay, then
best
we're-
for
yes.
everybody, and
Thank you.
Well,
I
no, we
will
could do it in
appreciate
the
it.
afternoon, so you could still go to the field trip.
Yeah,
if
we
you
could
can
do
find-
it
But she has to come,
3:30.
it's till
Child-
2:45.
For you?
I'm gonna be out on like the coast.
No,
Oh.
for the afternoon.
For the afternoon?
part, so you're.
Oh. Probably.
But we have to have quorum in person to hold the meeting.
Oh, God, sorry, missed that.
At least 3 members would have to be present.
And I'm sorry.
I could be in present, I could come.
I could too, but I feel like when it's half and half, it's just always off. Like, you
I
don't
can-
hear
Vision
any-
statement, we need to
If you're
be,
gonna
Figure
do this,
something
you're gonna
out
want
with
the
my
whole
kids. Let's
board
do it
there.
in person in the
what time
afternoon.
works for you?
How long are we thinking that we need?
I say, like
1
Sharon
hour.
said, I think a time limit is good.
Yeah, we open the
Okay.
meeting, talk about it for 1 hour, close it.
You think so?
Maybe 2 hours,
Wait.
do 2 hours.
I think we need more than 1 hour.
One hour?
Well,
I'm in with Sharon.
Do we want to do?
But then, so if Natalie's not available till 2:30.
Do we want to do 2 to 3?
Or we could do 4 to 5, if it makes it easy for you.
I'm good with 4 to 5.
Yeah, but if you're done at 1:45 and you gotta get your kids home 2:30.
No, because one has band and one can have a play date.
So,
Okay.
so
Figure
tell
things
us,
out, so 2 to
tell us,
3.
2 to 3.
I'm sorry, can we do a little later? Like, is 4 to
Can we-
5 okay? Or is that,
I'm flexible.
I'm flexible.
is 4 to 5 okay for people, or?
I can figure it out.
Yes, I think we should give ourselves more than an hour for a vision statement and all the
3:30?
activities.
3:30 to 5?
3:30 to 5.
Okay.
Okay, 3:30 to 5 on the 18th.
3:35 on
Can I
Wednesday,
ask for a
January
favor,
18th.
Mark? Can
Sure.
you tell us, as we better prepare, what we should include in each one of our vision statement that we could work with as a draft that we each individually prepare? Like what content, should we just work on all that, who, what, whatever?
Well, this Starburst activity is really how do you operationalize what you're doing. So if you're looking to develop a document, if you're composing a document that is collaborative, that really addresses how you operate this, then yeah, I would go around the star.
Okay.
If you're just looking for philosophical statements, then you don't need to do that. But this is, if you're looking to develop a one-page document that identifies at the top maybe a philosophical value statement or maybe more, going around here would help you operationalize it.
Maybe we could just individually take a stab at writing our own
Like this.
one paragraph
Yeah.
thing, like what's your first thoughts, and then you have something to start with.
Remember, you're not putting a strategic plan together, you're just putting a statement together as to your own board vision.
Yes. So as we need to wrap this up because we have a member that must leave, perhaps, Kimberly, you could just articulate what our, assignment is, if there is any other thoughts you have to make that vision statement work more research-based and effective, share with, and we will get to it and have our next study session meeting on the 18th of January from 3:30 to 5.
I will share Google Documents so that you can independently put your input in there, and we'll create a collective document to take forward to the 18th.
Thank you. And I'd like to
I
take this...
told you, she's got all the
Yes,
answers.
that's right. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you so much for
it's my
your
pleasure.
facilitation, and promise that we will provide you the board feedback that you're asking for.
That is the most valuable. I'd like to know what, it would help me to know what you really liked and maybe what you would suggest changes. I mean, those are good, but I love that, filling that out, getting that back. Did you want to look at a date in February where we get together again or not?
I think that we can, but I think we probably should do that via email, as now at 4:03, we need to close the meeting so that board member Ellie Abdoli can leave. So with that, I am now going to close the meeting at 4:03. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I loved working with you guys. You guys are terrific.
Still have no power, so I had to go charge everything before.
Yes.